LoveLore Library. Chapter 228, What Floor Is This? Chapter 228, What Floor Is This? Feilai came back in the evening and realized that Chen Zhao had come home earlier than her. Chen, you didn't go out today. I did and then came back. Chen Zhao grabbed Feilai's hand and pulled her into his lap. I'm all sticky. Let me shower. Together. Feilai knew that Chen Zhao would say that, as he always did. She couldn't resist him either, so Chen Zhao could always do what he wanted. During the heated moment, Chen Zhao murmured, I'm going out tonight. Where? Hospital. You're sick. Wait, you're a doctor. For has a patient that needs my help. Should I drive you? Sure. Chen Zhao personally made dinner. Usually, Feilai prepared it, but Chen Zhao came back earlier this time. Naturally, he couldn't let Feilai work. They left around 9 p.m. During this time, For called to ask when Chen Zhao would come. When they reached the hospital, For was waiting at the door. She was surprised to see Feilai here too. Feilai, you told me last time that you have nothing with Chen. Then a few days later, you guys got together. What do you mean, got together? It sounds so ugly. We're dating. Feilai rolled her eyes. How's your preparation? I checked the surgery room schedule for tonight. There are 3 empty rooms after 11. I'll arrange an alarm for little John and I'll take him into the surgery room. Then I'll bring Faith in too. Feilai had only come to drive Chen Zhao. She went home after taking him to the hospital. Around 10 p.m., For put Chen Zhao into a surgery room and also made him change into the white coat, along with a cap and mask. A while later, For and a nurse pushed little John into the surgery room. The nurse was surprised to see another doctor there. Go out first, For told her. Hand this to me. Oh, okay. After the nurse left, Chen Zhao looked at For. Bring Faith over. Do you need help in treating little John? No need. Chen Zhao shook his head. For was disappointed. She'd wanted to secretly learn from him, but Chen Zhao didn't even give her the chance. Petty ass, For complained before leaving the room. Chen Zhao first checked little John's heartbeat and other indicators. He was in bad shape. The tumor was already on his nerve and he'd been unconscious for 12 hours without waking up. Chen Zhao didn't immediately give him the demonic crystal. Instead, he gave him the potion made from brewing the never-wilting flower in the soul-returned spring of hell. This potion could strengthen one's vitality. Chen Zhao made it mainly for the heavily injured or critically ill. Most times, they were already in a dangerous situation. Impulsive treatments could speed up their deaths. On the other hand, taking this potion could largely ensure that the patient would be safe during treatment. After little John's vitals steadied, Chen Zhao finally gave him the demonic crystal. At that time, For carried Faith in. I brought the baby. What next? Go out. You don't need my help to treat her eyes either. For stared at him, gritting her teeth. Nope. Fine, I'll go. For tossed the child down angrily. After Chen Zhao took the child and made sure that For was gone, he took out 2 pristine eyeballs. He realized that there were still roots on the eyeballs. They looked pretty scary, like parasites, but they actually weren't dangerous. They were probably the safest things in hell. Chen Zhao didn't have to dig out Faith's eyes and then stuff the pristine eyeballs in. The pristine eyeballs could automatically replace the original eyes. He placed them on Faith's face. Then the roots started crawling toward her eyes automatically. The scene looked strange, but the process wouldn't hurt the child. After that, the pristine eyeballs' roots started seeping into Faith's eye sockets. One could vaguely see the roots wriggling slowly under Faith's soft skin. "What are you doing?" Little John's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Zhao turned around to look at Little John, who'd woken up on the surgery table. "You're dreaming." With that, he snapped and cast the Banshee's charm. When he turned back at Faith, the two pristine eyeballs had completely melded with her body. Chen Zhao carried her out of the room. Four was waiting outside the door. Seeing Chen Zhao come out so quickly, she was shocked. "You're done." "Done. You can push Little John out now." Four pushed Little John back to the ICU and took some samples. Chen Zhao stayed in Faith's room. More than an hour passed when Four entered with shock written all over her face. "Chen, you really did it. John's tumor is reducing in size quickly. You really did it." "Okay, we promised," Chen Zhao said. "I already did it, so what's next is all you. My friend is coming tomorrow. Take Faith for a checkup again. After the results come out, tell my friend. Just say that there was an error in the test yesterday and there are no problems with the eyes. You fixed the child's eyes too. No shit. Otherwise, why did I spend all that effort? Why don't you tell your friend that you cured his child's eyes?" "That friend of mine isn't reliable," Chen Zhao said. "He can't keep his mouth shut. You trust me this much?" "I don't trust you, but I have no choice. Plus, you're my sister-in-law too." Just then, a third person's voice sounded in the room. "Ah, dull." Chen Zhao and Four yelped at the same time. They saw someone standing at the window. It was Dell. The curtain had been pulled, so they didn't notice his presence until he made a sound. "Dell, why are you here?" "Sleeping." "Why are you sleeping here?" "To look after Faith. In the movies, the parents always have to stay with their kid in the hospital." Chen Zhao turned to Four. "You didn't notice him when you came for the kid?" "The lights were off, so I didn't notice." Four felt awkward too. She definitely didn't expect that Dell would be here the whole time. "Why didn't you make a sound when I came for the child?" "I was asleep." "When did you wake up?" "When you two were talking." "What did you hear?" "Everything." Fear appeared on Dell's face. "You're not going to kill me, right?" Chen Zhao looked outside the window. "Four, what floor is this?" 12th. Four also had a creepy smile. "Ah," Dell yelled. "Wah." Faith was scared awake by Dell. Chapter 229, Fall. Chapter 229, Fall. Dell drove Chen Zhao home, his face still filled with displeasure. "Chen, I'm very unhappy now. I can't believe you didn't trust me at all. I thought we were friends. If I didn't take you as a friend, I wouldn't have treated Faith's eyes. But you could have told me directly that you can heal her eyes, not act like a thief. And then you can announce to the whole world that someone can cure a blind person of her blindness. Is that not good?" "No, not at all. The treatment is very complicated and can't be repeated indefinitely." "Fine. I promise to you, no, I swear in the name of God that I won't tell anyone, including Tsura. I want you to swear in the name of your dick, not God. You've done enough blasphemous things." "Fine. I swear." When they reached Chen Zhao's house, Dell also alighted from his car and gave Chen Zhao a tight hug. "Chen, thank you. Getting to know you is the luckiest thing in my life." Chen Zhao pushed Dell away. "Don't come so close to me." Then, Chen Zhao waved his hand. "Take care of Faith." "Chen. When did you take me as your friend?" "When you stopped asking me to treat your dick." When Chen Zhao entered the house, he realized that Fei Lai was still waiting for him in the living room. "Chen, how did it go?" "Quite smoothly, I would say." Smiling, Chen Zhao seized Fei Lai's slim waist and started to touch her gently. Fei Lai's breathing became heavier and heavier. Before they left, they already had sex for 2 hours. Now, Chen Zhao wanted it again. Fei Lai was speechless at Chen Zhao's endless vigor. At night, Chen Zhao was suddenly awakened by a phone call, so was Fei Lai. "You sleep. I'll go out and answer the call." Chen Zhao calmed Fei Lai down and left the bedroom with his phone. "Hi, Gaia." "Chen, I'm outside your house now." "Why?" "You're going to rob us. Anderson's in trouble. I need your help." "What happened to him?" "He went for underground boxing. Now he's severely injured. Wait for me to put on some clothes." Chen Zhao could not care about his bearing. Chen Zhao had quite a good impression of Anderson in the fitness center. He was a very family-centered man. Chen Zhao had heard that he was raising his kid by himself. Whenever Chen Zhao invited him for a drink after their training, Anderson would reject him politely. The reason was always that he had to go back and take care of his child. Also, Anderson was a strong and sincere person. "Fei Lai, a patient is in urgent need of my help. I'm going out. Do you need me to drive you?" "No, just sleep. My friend is driving me there." "Be careful then." Chen Zhao grabbed his toolbox. When he left the house, he immediately saw Gaia's car outside. He felt that he really had to get a driving license. Having to be fetched by others all the time was really inconvenient. In particular, Chen Zhao was very uncomfortable that Fei Lai had to sometimes drive him at night. After he boarded Gaia's car, he immediately asked, "Where's Anderson now?" "In my fitness center." "Why not the hospital?" Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. "He's an illegal immigrant." "Huh?" Chen Zhao did not expect that. Anderson was a white man. In America, most illegal immigrants were Asian, Latino, or African, especially Latino, since the two places were nearby. He's both a Latino and German, but his ancestral home is in Mexico. He's already been here for 4 years. "Are you very close to him?" "I brought him here from Mexico." "What's your relationship?" "He's the older brother of one of my students. Since he got here, he has been a coach in my center." "But why would he go for underground boxing?" "He wants to get his son a legal identity. It's expensive." Chen Zhao finally understood why Gaia would sometimes train with Anderson. Anderson was definitely not rich enough to hire Gaia as his coach. After all, Chen Zhao had to pay Gaia a few $1,000s for a month's training. It was not cheap. The car stopped below the fitness center. The entire building was covered in ominous darkness. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky. Bang! Both Gaia and Chen Zhao were astonished. "Anderson!" Gaia reacted first. She immediately charged forward, but Anderson was already lifeless. Chen Zhao stood beside Gaia and shook his head. "He's dead." Anderson was totally dead. Chen Zhao did not even have the time to save him. Seeing a familiar person fall and die before him was certainly not a pleasant experience. Chen Zhao could not tell whether Gaia was sad or angry. With an emotionless face, she called the police. Soon, the police came. They were from Leonardo's police station. Although they were not led by Melson this time, Chen Zhao still knew most of them. Chen Zhao and Gaia were brought back to the police station and questioned. Because Gaia had a driving recorder in her car, they had no suspicion. Gaia told the police most of the facts. On the other hand, Chen Zhao just said that he did not know what was going on. Early in the morning, they left the station. Anderson's death report was also out. He had committed suicide. Chen Zhao did not know what kind of pressure could force Anderson to make such a decision. In fact, not too long ago, he was also himself a homeless foreigner. If he did not meet Ethan that time, he might have ended up in the same place as Anderson. Surviving in a foreign country was no easier than surviving in the wild. Getting a good life was yet an even bigger challenge. If one did not have any skills, the most likely possibility was for one to end up living on the street. He still has a child, right? Chen Zhao asked. I'm planning to adopt his kid. Gaia stared blankly before her. Doesn't that child have an uncle? He died on the battlefield. If you need anything, call me. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao and then nodded. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chen, client for you. This is the address. After bidding Gaia goodbye, Chen Zhao headed for the address. It was not a new client. When Chen Zhao saw the address, he knew that it was Daly Simpson and her adopted daughter Vil. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. As the door opened, he saw roughly the same scene as he had the last time. The living room was in a mess. Daly had a bruise on her forehead and Vil was sitting on the sofa. Did World War III just happen here? Chapter 230, Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Chapter 230, Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Mr. Chen, I must work in the morning, Daly Simpson said. Treat me first. I can't go to work with an injured face. The mother and daughter were both injured. Clearly, Daly didn't plan on giving in to her stepdaughter. She cared more about her career than her stepdaughter. However, judging by Vil's swollen face and messy hair, Chen Zhao felt like she had heavier injuries than Daly. I'll treat your daughter first. Treat me first. I need to work. I can't go to the TV station with bruises. Chen Zhao glanced at Daly and ignored her. I'm paying you. Daly yelled angrily. In real life, she wasn't the mature and charismatic woman that she was on TV. You better think carefully or I'll report you for child abuse. Chen Zhao barked. Daly stopped talking. She'd always been protecting her image. If she had a child abuse scandal, her career would be over, so she admitted defeat and didn't argue with Chen Zhao again. Chen Zhao sat beside Vil while the girl looked at him. I remember you. You saved me last time. Does it hurt here? Chen Zhao gently pressed the bruise on her face. She flinched. Yeah. Vil's injuries weren't too serious. Chen Zhao applied the ointment he created. Other than the bruises on her face, Vil also had burns on her arms, but they weren't bad. Basically, a woman and a girl fought and neither were let off easily. Chen Zhao went to treat Daly next. She was really pissed, but she wasn't willing to anger Chen Zhao now. He could really call the cops. Child abuse wasn't just a civil dispute. It was a crime that she could be sued for. $3,000, thanks. Daly practically shot flames out of her eyes. Oh, right. Ms. Simpson, I took pictures of your daughter's injuries. I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, I'll send the pictures to the police. For the sake of your future, please control your emotions. Mister, can I have your number? Vil looked at Chen Zhao with innocent eyes. However, she definitely wasn't innocent or naive. Even Cheryl was more innocent than her. This girl wasn't going through puberty, she was practically evolving into a demon. There probably weren't many girls her age who could fight with their stepmothers. She was probably the only one who could do it so successfully too. Chen Zhao didn't take her side out of pity. It was because she really did need treatment first. Plus, Chen Zhao hated Daly's self-centered attitude. When he left Daly's house, he saw a woman in front of the apartment across from him. The woman glanced at him, Chen Zhao glanced at the woman. When the elevator came, Chen Zhao went in immediately. He recognized the woman and he was sure that she recognized him too. Her name was something like Irwin and she had a sister named Shailian. Back when he treated Shailian, Chen Zhao had stupidly thought that it was just a sister fight. They ended up being rivals of a gang. The two sisters had killed dozens of people, shedding a river of blood. The moment before the elevator closed, Irwin entered. She put one hand on the elevator wall, cornering Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, we meet again." Chen Zhao realized that he was stuck. Irwin was tall, probably only an inch or two shorter than him. She was also wearing stilettos. Her female suit had a low collar, without any tight clothing under, and a short skirt. Her chestnut hair rolled down like a waterfall, covering her left cheek and shoulder. She was an aggressive woman, a true poisonous beauty. Irwin traced Chen Zhao's chest with her finger. "Won't you come in for tea?" "No thanks. I'm busy." Chen Zhao's breaths were short. "Are you worried about something?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Zhao's smile was a bit stiff. Irwin chuckled. Her smile was mesmerizing. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in people outside of my targets. I hope you won't get onto my blacklist." Chen Zhao subtly let out a breath. But that moment, Irwin's expression turned cold again. "But if you dare spread nonsense, I can't promise what I'll do to you." Irwin suddenly jabbed Chen Zhao's chest. He pushed her aside in pain. Irwin grabbed his wrist, trying to twist it, but Chen Zhao's wrist didn't budge. Pressing a hand on Irwin's plump chest, Chen Zhao pushed her to the wall. Irwin tried to attack but realized that she couldn't move. Chen Zhao's arm was stronger than she'd imagined. She lifted her leg for a kick to the dick. Chen Zhao's hand was already before Irwin's knee. The moment she lifted it, it got caught. "Ms. Irwin, can you repeat what you said earlier?" She didn't expect that Chen Zhao would be so skilled either. She thought that she could teach him a lesson and then threaten him easily. Instead, she was taught a lesson. It was mostly because Chen Zhao was too strong. She couldn't breathe with his hand on her chest. "Mr. Chen, you're so powerful. I'm starting to like you." She licked her lips. Blazing hot air brushed against Chen Zhao's face. He didn't want anything to do with this poisonous beauty. He turned and left as soon as the elevator opened. Nothing good would come out of this relationship. But then Irwin came from behind and grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. "Let's have a meal." "I'm sorry, I'm busy. Goodbye." Chen Zhao shook her off. "We'll pretend we've never met before. I've never met and you've never met me, okay?" Chen Zhao really didn't want to be on the mind of a killer who also had a sister. Being able to stop her in the elevator didn't mean that he could really defeat her. A killer would never go face to face with you. They usually gave you a sudden bullet in some corner. Chen Zhao didn't want to live in fear every day, so he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Looking at Chen Zhao's back, Irwin licked her lips. She was the perfect example of someone with an angel's face and demon's figure. However, her aura was too intimidating, so none of the men attracted by her looks dared to approach her. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. "Irwin, why are you so late?" Realizing that Irwin was back, Shailian lazily sat up straight on the sofa. "Did you not bring any food back? Get up and get changed. We're leaving. Now. We've just moved here for a week, and we paid a month's rent. I met someone who knows us. We must leave now." Regardless of whether Chen Zhao would call the police, they were not going to stay here any longer. It would be risky, after all. Given their profession, they could not allow even the slightest risk. Shailian quickly put on her clothes and packed her stuff. The two erased all traces of their presence as if they had never been here before. Mr. Chen, it's going to be a full moon tonight. Be prepared. I'll go and fetch you later. Pierce South called Chen Zhao. Actually, Chen Zhao already knew where Treat Pempton had hidden his treasure. The seal to the treasure had precisely been set by Winry Gargamel. Now that she had become Raymond's servant, Chen Zhao knew everything about the seal. Therefore, as long as Pierce South did not attempt to do anything funny or betray Chen Zhao, they would definitely be able to get the treasure. In the evening, Pierce South came. Chen Zhao brought all his demon servants, except Amon who was in the sea. When Pierce saw the entire family of pets squeeze into his car, his face was clearly written with question marks. Mr. Chen, why are you bringing so many pets? To ensure that you won't betray me and kill me after finding the treasure. But now I'm scared that you're the one who'll betray me. The silly twins, Walter and Abitos, all looked really fearsome. Bitten by any of them once and Pierce would probably be half dead. Pierce was himself a truly powerless wizard. He really regretted not bringing a gun. Mr. Pierce, actually you don't have to be so worried. I'm only planning to protect myself, not betray you. But I'm still scared. How? Our cooperation is based on mutual trust. You should trust me. Can I go back now and get a gun? Chen Zhao sneered. Pierce immediately kept quiet and focused on driving. Actually, Pierce chose to cooperate with Chen Zhao precisely because he trusted Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao had distributed 10 million worth of gold to the residents of the town. This was the crucial factor which had led to Pierce's decision. Of course, the treasure they were looking for now was worth a few $1,000,000. Pierce could not guarantee that Chen Zhao would not be blinded by greed after seeing the treasure. Just like how Pierce had been driving in worry, Chen Zhao was also on his guard. This was their first cooperation, after all. They were more or less strangers to each other. Treat had hidden his treasure very deep in the mountain. Indeed, it was in an extremely isolated place. The car stopped before the mountain. The two had to climb the mountain on foot. Mr. Chen, I heard that you're planning to build a villa beside Mirror Lake, right? Yes. Is that why you need money so urgently now? Kind of. While Chen Zhao already had enough money for the villa, a house alone was clearly not enough. He needed more money in order to maintain a high quality of life. How about you? Are you taking this risk also because you need money urgently? Chen Zhao asked. It's for my company. My company needs more money, so I have to come here. Puff. You're really fit. Are Eastern sorcerers also fit? You just have to exercise more often. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Unlike in a novel, sorcerers did not have to be physically weak. It was just like how an excellent student could be physically strong too. After walking for a while, Pierce felt that it was about time he had to start a conversation. I have a wife. Yes. Most people only have one. I also have a kid. So when you're about to betray me, can you think about my family and not kill me? It was very difficult to climb the mountain. Sometimes, there was not even a proper path. Before they started the journey, they had already prepared some equipment, such as hiking boots, a rope, and a mattock. Despite so, Pierce still found the journey tiring. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, found it much easier. He was very fit. In fact, Chen Zhao would be fine unless the environment was really, really bad. How far away are we from our destination? Chen Zhao asked. Although Winry had told him the rough location, it was his first time going there. He did not know exactly where it was. Furthermore, given that the place was so far in the mountain forest, even Winry could not pinpoint its exact location. Maybe over 10 kilometers. 2 more hills, I think, Pierce said. Can you still walk? I don't have a choice. We have to get there before midnight, Pierce said, panting. Otherwise, we need to wait for the next full moon. Do you need me to carry you? Pierce was overjoyed. Can you? I can carry you for 1 kilometer, and you must give me one of the items you choose later. Chen Zhao smiled. Pierce rolled his eyes. Forget it. I can still walk. Chen Zhao was still quite energized, but it was really difficult to walk on the mountain. The path was sometimes slippery. Even Chen Zhao could not maintain his stability. On the other hand, the silly twins, Walter, Beelzebub, and the rest had a much easier time. They jumped up and down the uneven surface as if it was flat. Even Abitos was a speedy boy in the forest. He would occasionally have a 100-meter sprint, swinging his large tail along the way. The 2 humans encountered many obstacles, as though they were on a journey to another country. They had left at around 5, thinking that 7 hours was ample time. After they entered the mountain, they realized that the schedule was much tighter than they had thought. In particular, Pierce did not have enough stamina. In the end, Chen Zhao had to carry him and finish the last part of their journey. Finally, they reached their destination at 11:30 p.m. It was a cave hidden deep in the mountain. High, humid and isolated, the place was enveloped in an uncomfortable and stressful atmosphere. The trees above them blocked the moonlight completely, amplifying the darkness of the cave. Panting heavily, Pierce sat on the ground and could not get up. It's indeed here. It was apparently not Pierce's first time here. At least he knew the way quite well. While Chen Zhao knew the rough location, he might not have found the place so easily among the thick forests and monotonous mountains. You can only find this cave during a full moon, Pierce explained. Actually, Winry had told Chen Zhao about it too. He even knew exactly what was going to happen next. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. To make it sound more fantastical, there was a magic array outside the cave. It had to absorb moon essence during a full moon to open the cave. The 2 put on hard hats with a light hanging from it. Otherwise, with their very human vision, they'd probably knock their brains out in the pitch-black cave. Did you bring magical phosphor? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, Pierce said. As a wizard, I have to have some on me. Sprinkle some in the front, Chen Zhao said. Why? Just do it. Stop asking so many questions. There were mayflies all over the place. They'd come from hell and were trapped here by magic. They weren't lethal, but if they latched onto someone, they could cast some spells. For example, they could cause insufferable itchiness or pain somewhere. However, these hell mayflies could only survive in damp environments and went to the light. On a full moon night, they would gather at the entrance but not leave the cave. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Pierce took out a bag of magical phosphor. Grabbing some, he asked, "Where should I sprinkle it?" The entrance. Ignite it directly. Pierce sprinkled the phosphor with a bit of magical power to ignite it. Next, he and Chen Zhao saw countless specks of light swarming toward the magical phosphor's flame. These lights were extremely fast, like moths going toward the light. What are these? Hell mayflies, Chen Zhao said. It was actually his first time seeing them too. However, he'd heard Winry mention them before, so he wasn't too surprised. He'd been in hell before, after all, and had seen more impressive things. These mayflies weren't strange to him. Chen, you seem to know this place better than me. Something charged out of the depths of the cave. Careful. Chen Zhao pushed Pierce aside. It was a greyhound. However, this one had patches of fur missing. There were red scabs all over the skin too. It seemed to have some infection. Walter immediately went up to the greyhound. He was twice the size of this dog. The greyhound clearly wasn't in a normal state. Who knew how long it had been in here? It still understood basic differences of strength though. When it saw Walter, it immediately surrendered and ran. Walter chased right after it. The silly twins and Abitos also charged deep into the cave. This cave isn't a straight path, Pierce said. Aren't you afraid they'll get lost? Don't worry, they can find the way, Chen Zhao said easily. Let's go in too. A few steps later, they saw two greyhounds on the ground. Walter and the others must have killed them. You're smart to bring your pets. If it was just the two of us, it wouldn't have been so easy. Just then, a black shadow attacked Pierce's back. Chen Zhao had sharp eyes and reaction speed. He pulled Pierce aside while kicking the black shadow away. It was another greyhound. Chen Zhao's kick was so powerful that he killed the hound just like that. What do these greyhounds eat to survive in here? Zombie spores, Chen Zhao answered. What zombie spores? The thing growing where your hand is. Pierce's hand flew back. He clapped his hands hard. Looking at the wall, he saw some fungus-looking things. They were slippery to the touch. If they enter your body, you'll basically turn into those zombies in movies. Pierce kept wiping his hands on his clothes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Will I get infected by touching it just then? It's not that scary. You'll only get infected if you eat it or it touches your wounds. If those dogs run out, will they cause a biological crisis? Horror filled Pierce's face. He was probably imagining some movie scenes. No, they're not contagious. The dogs can't survive outside either. They'll die under the sun like vampires. You're not scared about this at all? Pierce asked. Please, you're a wizard. Can you not be so embarrassing? I feel like a normal person compared to you. Chen Zhao had witnessed and experienced many things before. This was nothing. Two spots of red light appeared right before them. And what's that? Pierce hid behind Chen Zhao. It's okay. It's my pet, Abitos. Pierce shone his light over and saw Abitos sprawled on a greyhound's corpse. He was chomping on it. The zombie spore-infected greyhound was already scary enough. Now that it was a bloody mess, it was even gorier. Won't your pet get infected by eating the infected greyhound's corpse? No, this is just a snack to Abitos, Chen Zhao said. After all, Abitos was a superior demon with the bloodlines of the dragon and glutton. Nothing could live in its burning blood. The zombie spores weren't advanced beings either. They were basically just parasitic spores that the human world had too. The way was lined with greyhound corpses. No one knew how many dogs Treat had put in here. However, to Pierce, Chen Zhao's pets were the more terrifying ones. They weren't scared of these zombie dogs at all. Even the smallest Carrie and Beelzebub were killing their brethren. Many of the ravaged bodies they saw along the way were clearly the works of the silly twins. Only their size and strength could snap a zombie dog in half with one bite. Pierce felt like Chen Zhao had an army of monsters instead of pets. Woof, woof. Chen Zhao and Pierce heard White Maw's bark just then. Of course, Pierce couldn't tell which dog it was, but Chen Zhao could. Come here. White Maw found it. Found what? What do you think? Our goal this time, Treat's treasures. Chapter 233, The Safe. Chapter 233, The Safe. When the two entered the depth of the cave, they saw a safe which they estimated to weigh a ton. Without a doubt, it was the goal of their journey. A safe? Do you know the password? Chen Zhao asked. No. Why would I know the password? Then let's pry it open, Chen Zhao suggested. Will the matic work? Chen Zhao took the matic and tried to open the safe. However, the matic broke straight away. It was clearly impossible to open the safe with a matic. It was even more impossible to carry the safe back, since it weighed at least 1 ton. Even if Chen Zhao could carry it out of the cave, he would not be able to walk so many kilometers across the mountains with it. The only other option was to carry it back with a helicopter, which was also impractical at the moment. All in all, they had to attempt to open the safe on the spot and then share the treasure. Chen Zhao tried and confirmed the safe's outstanding quality. Even with his incredible strength, the safe did not shift an inch. It was not made from normal iron, but rather alloy steel. Even a bomb might not be able to blast it open. Do you have any idea? Chen Zhao asked. I could try, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Pierce walked up and placed his hand on the safe. Then, many white, fluorescent tentacles extended from the back of his hand. Having no physical form, the fluorescent tentacles entered the safe without difficulty. After a while, the tentacles disappeared and Pierce withdrew his hand. Chen Zhao asked, How is it? Pierce shook his head. The safe's mechanism is too complicated. My spell sensory tentacles disappeared before I can understand it. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's right arm began to act funnily again. He felt the mouth of Glutton open. Normally, this would only happen when there was something threatening Chen Zhao or something delicious. Chen Zhao could not sense any danger, so there was only one possibility. There was something in the safe that the mouth of Glutton wanted to eat. Without warning, Chen Zhao's right arm lifted up. It was not Chen Zhao's intention, of course, but rather that of the mouth. Chen, what are you doing? Pierce was puzzled. All of a sudden, Chen Zhao's hand enlarged. Then, a gap appeared on his hand and bit onto a corner of the safe. Crack! The corner was torn off by the mouth, after which it started to chew the alloy steel. What spell is this? With Pierce's understanding of sorcery, he obviously had no idea what it was. He thought it was some kind of spell. Nonetheless, it looked really powerful. The mouth of Glutton had torn off at least 10 kilograms of alloy steel. Chen Zhao was speechless. He was now determined to learn how to control the mouth once he got back. He could no longer tolerate it to be so disobedient and appear when it wanted. This time, it was fine, since Pierce was also a wizard. Although his combat power was probably non-existent, he had at least seen supernatural occurrences. However, if the mouth of Glutton was exposed in public, it would be terribly troublesome. Clearly, Chen Zhao could not explain it by saying that it was magic. Pierce was amused by Chen Zhao's spell, while Chen Zhao could not explain his problem. Just then, the mouth of Glutton, which had finished grinding the steel, opened and bit another piece from the safe. Chen Zhao felt his right arm grow heavier, but only slightly. Perhaps the mouth of Glutton just wants to eat the safe itself, instead of its contents. Chen Zhao touched his right arm. It felt somewhat metallic. Is the mouth absorbing the properties of the steel alloy? After taking 2 more bites, the mouth seemed to be full. Then, Chen Zhao's right arm restored to its original state. The mouth had eaten at least 100 kilograms of the safe. The safe was also open since 1/3 of its door was now missing. Pierce took out all the things from the safe. To be honest, there was quite a lot of stuff. Among them, a very special painting managed to attract Chen Zhao's attention. It was stored like how ancient Chinese paintings were usually preserved. Its two ends were framed in rare rosewood and then rolled up. It was also covered in plastic to prevent it from getting wet. Chen Zhao removed the cover and unrolled the painting. It was a splash ink landscape painting, with the inscription Wenlan Shanjing, which could mean Wenlan Mountain View. Wenlan Shanjing. Is this the name of the place or the painter? Chen Zhao had never heard such a painter before and also did not know whether the painting had any value. Nevertheless, judging from the texture of the painting, it should be quite an antique. Are you going to pick this painting? Pierce asked. Chen Zhao thought about it. All right. The painting it is. Then I'll pick one too. This. Pierce took an antique pocket watch. I want this. Chen Zhao picked up a book, which was supposed to be a diary according to its cover. Its pages were already yellowish black. Chen Zhao only had one standard: pick whatever that looks old. The two took turns to take their trophies from the pile in silence. There were over 30 items in the collection. Both of them took more than 15, but there was one left. The two played rock paper scissors and Chen Zhao managed to get the last item. As for who earned more, Chen Zhao could not tell. He did not even know how valuable the things he had chosen were. The two put their prizes in their own bags, after which they headed back. After another few hours in the mountains, Chen Zhao and Pierce finally made it out. Chen, you're a great partner to cooperate with. Pierce could finally relax. Chen Zhao really did not intend to betray him. If Chen Zhao did, Pierce would probably have become his pet's feces by now. Actually, Chen Zhao had also been on guard, since it was their first cooperation. When he returned home, Fei Lai saw him covered in dirt and mud. Chen, how's the treasure hunt? Fei Lai knew that Chen Zhao had gone to look for treasure. Great. They're all here. Chen Zhao put his bag down. What are these? Fei Lai could not understand the value of the collection as well. I'll go and ask a professional later. Don't you need to sleep? You didn't sleep for the whole of last night, right? I still feel fine. Are you going to work? Yup. Clean Walter and the rest too. They're all dirty. There's even blood. Don't tell me they ate Pierce South. Fei Lai also knew that Chen Zhao was not that kind of person. She was merely joking with him. Of course not. I didn't want them to have diarrhea. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Mr. Doman, I have a collection with me right now. I can't determine its value. Can you help me appraise them? Of course. Thinking a bit, Chen Zhao decided to keep the splash ink landscape painting. After his house was built, he could use it to decorate his bedroom. He would bring the other items to Mr. Doman for him to appraise. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house early with the items. Seeing him pull so many things out of his bag, Mr. Doman was surprised. Mr. Chen, do you plan on selling these things? That's the plan. Mr. Doman started appraising each item. He first held up a piece of porcelain. It was a dish. Judging from the craftsmanship, it should be the bone china that British royalty used in mid-17th century. It's well preserved and has a high market value. It should be around $100,000. This was a good start. Chen Zhao nodded. The most valuable porcelain should be from the Chinese Ming and Qing dynasty. The ones from Jingdezhen were renowned throughout the world. A complete authentic piece could be worth more than millions in the antique market. Most foreign china was also imported from China, but at the end of the 16th century, the British invented bone china. After firing, the bone china's texture was completely different from Chinese porcelain. The latter was harder and with finer details. The patterns were more flowery. On the other hand, bone china felt softer. It had a gentle feeling like touching skin. When looking with a backlight, it would be more transparent the more bone powder it contained. More than 40% would have a semi-transparent texture. Next, Mr. Doman picked up the second item. It was a copper incense burner. Judging from the craftsmanship, this should be an incense burner used by Spanish nobles in the 13th century. There's a Spanish word here, Medina. The House of Medina Sidonia is one of the oldest Spanish noble families. I'll have to do radiocarbon detection to determine its exact age, so my conservative estimate is from $300,000 to $350,000. Hearing this price, Chen Zhao was overjoyed. The china that he'd had the most hope for was only $100,000, but this incense burner could actually be sold for more than $300,000. Mr. Doman picked up the ratty old notebook. Flipping through the pages, he said, "It's also in Spanish. It's a nautical diary from the 17th century. The writer is a sailor named Beja Cambris. It doesn't have much value." He placed the diary on the side and started appraising the next item. During this process, he put the valuable and valueless on either side. The most valuable was that incense burner while the least valuable was a mirror. An item from the early 12th century with finer details, it was only $10,000. After finishing the last one, there were 12 items that had a certain or very high value. 4 didn't have any value or were very cheap. The 12 items ranged from $10,000 to $300,000. The total value was around $800,000 to $1 million. As for the other 4 items, Chen Zhao kept them himself. However, Mr. Doman's own appraisal wasn't enough if he wanted to sell the items. He had to go through a professional appraisal agency or have Mr. Doman's company provide a report. Mr. Doman was very professional, but his appraisal was only to provide a basis. He had an accuracy rate of above 80%. As for the final price, more appraisals had to be done. Chen Zhao agreed for Mr. Doman to take the items to his company for more detailed and scientific appraisals. They signed a preliminary contract. Chen Zhao mainly signed a collaboration agreement to ensure that this wasn't a dirty exchange. Mr. Doman also had priority acquisition power and paid $300,000 as a deposit. If other institutions or people had a higher bid, Chen Zhao could definitely sell to them, but he'd have to return the deposit with interest. Chen Zhao and Mr. Doman were friends, but they were both serious about the contract and collaboration. After finishing business, they began chatting. "Mr. Chen, when do you think Normans can finish the weight loss plan?" "Around 10 more days. You had her go from 308 pounds to 154 in 20 days, but it'll take 10 more days to go from 154 to 130. Mr. Doman, weight loss doesn't work like that. The weight loss before was fat and water content. Now, Norman's has very low BMI, so the effect isn't as obvious as before. Actually, I suggest that she go to do skin surgery now. Future weight loss will be easier. Running with all that flaccid skin now makes things harder. Norman's told me about this. She wants to do surgery when her weight is at a satisfactory level instead of now. It's not that big of a deal. If Norman's is willing to continue in her present state, I won't object." When Norman's performed surgery wasn't part of Chen Zhao's responsibilities. He didn't have to care even if she never did it. He was only responsible for her weight, not her looks. Afterward, Chen Zhao went to train Norman's. "Norman's, your arms are still thick. We'll add more training for your arm." "How?" "Boxing while jogging. Keep moving your legs while punching. Like this, keep doing it. The day's training started again. Normans followed Qin Zhao's plans seriously. The boxing jogging lasted for half an hour. Then it was butterfly swimming. Chen, I plan on getting skin surgery. Do you have suggestions? No, but you'll get scars. If you want to get rid of the scars and recover as soon as possible, you can ask me. I can provide those services too. Asshole. Normans gritted her teeth. I definitely won't let you do it. After the weight loss ends, I'll never give you another job. As you wish. Qin Zhao shrugged. Don't eat spicy food after surgery and don't touch water for 3 days. We'll take a break one day before the surgery. Why? This relaxes the muscles. If you exercise as intensely as today, your muscles will grow taut. After the surgery, your muscles might be in the wrong place. That'll be annoying. It's best if you get a massage to relax your muscles too. Chapter 235, Breeding. Chapter 235, Breeding. Hey, Chen. Fei Lai realized that Qin Zhao had brought a few items back. Did you not manage to sell them? Sold most of them. These are valueless, so I brought them back. Qin Zhao threw the 4 items onto the table and then leaped toward Fei Lai. Chen, do you realize that Walter has grown bigger again? How heavy is he now? Have you measured it? Qin Zhao asked. I remember it's 65 kilograms the last time. Haven't weighed him recently. Walter, go take the electric scale and weigh yourself, Qin Zhao instructed. Waving his tail, Walter left and returned with the scale in his mouth. He placed it before Qin Zhao and Fei Lai and then stood on it. 78 kilograms, he's indeed much bigger. Qin Zhao was also surprised by Walter's growth. I didn't realize it earlier either. Today, I brought Walter to the HQ. The Coastal Rescue Team has bought 2 more adult German Shepherds and I realized their difference. Qin Zhao gave a bitter smile. They obviously had a difference. A normal German Shepherd weighed 30 to 35 kilograms, and at most 40 kilograms. Walter was more than twice as heavy as a normal German Shepherd. Nevertheless, Walter was still smaller and lighter than the silly twins. Fei Lai did not compare him to the silly twins anyway. She had, after all, witnessed their extraordinary appearance. On the other hand, she still took Walter as a normal dog. Fei Lai also realized that Walter was becoming increasingly intelligent. Usually, even the smartest animal can only perform linear thinking instead of complex thinking. For example, after some training, a dog would stop, walk, sit, stand or eat when being told. If he is told, however, that there is a car in front and he should stop later, he would not understand it, even if he could understand human language itself. Complex thinking exists mostly in primates such as monkeys. A small number of birds, dolphins, and whales also have high thinking complexity. Only with complex thinking can an animal learn how to use tools. For example, monkeys would use stones to crack the hard shells of nuts. Walter could similarly perform complex thinking. He was indeed very clever. What a smart boy. Qin Zhao rubbed Walter's head. Walter lowered his head in enjoyment, his face filled with a lazy expression. Seeing Walter's affectionate behavior, White Ma immediately jumped onto the sofa and also stuck his head into Fei Lai's arms. With a bitter smile, Fei Lai also stroked White Ma's hair. Qin Zhao widened his eyes at White Ma. If you dare to touch the sofa with your dirty paws again, I'll rip your skin off. White Ma withdrew his head in sadness and avoided Qin Zhao's stare. Fei Lai was like a mother trying to protect her child. He didn't do it on purpose. Why are you so fierce? Qin Zhao was really free for a few days. Gaia's boxing lesson had ended. Norman's was in the hospital, preparing for the operation. Chen Zhao had been going to Ethan's motel. Ethan had introduced him to 2 clients, one of which gave him 20,000. The other one was only 1,000. Chen Zhao was not a picky person. He would accept both big and small clients. Anyway, as long as he was free, he would accept any clients, provided he could earn at least his travel expenses. Chen Zhao also signed up for a driving course. He found it really troublesome to not have a driving license and a car. Hence, he planned to get his license as soon as possible and then buy a car. Chen, we're running out of dog food. Go to the supermarket and buy some when you're free, Fei Lai called Chen Zhao. When Chen Zhao went to the supermarket, he met a resident of the town. He recalled the person's name to be Dose. That time, Chen Zhao had saved him from the fire ground. Dose and his family had even visited Chen Zhao's house to thank him. However, Chen Zhao was not really close to them. In the whole town, the only family that Chen Zhao was close to was Bance. When Dose saw Chen Zhao, he walked up and greeted, "Chen, how are you doing?" "I'm fine. Thank you." "Chen, can I discuss something with you?" Dose looked at the silly twins who were beside Chen Zhao. "What? Black Ma and White Ma are male, right?" Dose clearly knew about them. After all, the silly twins had been treating the entire mountain town like a funfair. Everyone in the town knew them. Moreover, Azina would sometimes bring them and bully the kids in the town. The silly twins had quite a bad reputation. Since they were much bigger than the dogs in town, it was hard for others to not recognize them. "Yes, what? My Sarah is female. I want to breed her. Do you think White Ma and Black Ma are okay with it?" Sorry, I can't agree to do that. I won't make decisions for them, Chen Zhao replied. The silly twins were demons, after all, not animals. Chen Zhao would clearly not treat them like ordinary dogs. A few neighbors have already asked me about this. If I agree to anyone at all, I need to agree to everyone. By then, everyone will come and it's too harmful to my pets. I can't agree. Chen Zhao's answer was logical and reasonable. Even humans would feel uncomfortable after having too much sex, not to mention animals. Dose nodded. Actually, he did not have too much hope in the first place. He could not force it anyway since the dogs belonged to Chen Zhao. He was not in the position to demand anything. As for whether the silly twins would mate outside, Chen Zhao could not care. In any case, he would not ask them to breed. If the neighbor really wanted, he could bring his dog to the silly twins. Chen Zhao would not force them to do anything. When Chen Zhao left the supermarket, he realized that Leonardo's police car was parked right outside. Leonardo himself was sitting on a bench nearby, enjoying a beverage. Even though the place was extremely crowded, Leonardo still managed to spot Chen Zhao immediately. Actually, he saw the silly twins first. Apart from being huge, they were also carrying 2 packs of dog food each. They were difficult to ignore. "Chen." Leonardo waved his hand. Chen Zhao petted the silly twins. "Bring the dog food back and no stealing. If I discover that the dog food's opened when I get back, you can prepare to starve for the rest of the day." Chen Zhao sat beside Leonardo. "You look pretty free. My shift's ending very soon. I'm waiting for it. Do you want to go to my house later? Fei Lai's almost back too, right? I won't be the third wheel." Leonardo was not insensitive. "All right. We'll ask everyone out some other day for a drink together." Chapter 236, Cosplay. Chapter 236, Cosplay. At home. "Chen, the coastal rescue team is short on people. Faylai said. Can you lend me Black Ma and White Ma for a few days? Why? Are there a lot of accidents recently? It's because of what happened that day, Faylai complained. There are more tourists to Angel Beach and a lot go into the deep zone. We give out a lot of warnings, but we still can't stop those brainless tourists. They'll take any risk just to see 'em on. Some of them even pretend to be in danger, because they think it can lure 'em on over. But instead of getting 'em on, me and the rest of the team are getting exhausted. Their features in the video from that night had been unclear because of the darkness, but it was still popular. Hundreds of thousands of people watched it every day. If you take them, they probably won't stay obediently at the beach. With how playful they are, they'll probably go collect coins everywhere. Woof. Master, we'll be good. Let us go. Master, I promise we'll save people. White Ma and Black Ma love the beach and enthusiastic tourists too much. They could make money there and buy dog food with it. Then go, but remember what you said. Faylai, if they don't listen and run around everywhere, remember to tell me. Woof, woof, woof. White Ma and Black Ma ran around the house in excitement. They could finally go to the beach again. Chris, what do you think? Sienna touched her chin as she looked at Cheryl. Chris shook her head. Doesn't stand out enough. Still. Cheryl was like these two women's puppet. Sienna and Chris kept making her wear weird clothes. She suspected that they did cosplay. Otherwise, why would they have so many weird things? This Western cowboy-style outfit just looks weird on Cheryl. How about we change the style? Cheryl is a werewolf, not a magician. The weirdest thing is having a werewolf dress like a magician. Just imagine seeing a werewolf in magician clothing fighting. Isn't that weird? Then what suits her? Can you two decide first and then make me try it on? I hate being moved around like this. Cheryl finally lost her temper. How do I know what suits you if you don't try it? There's this Catwoman bodysuit. Try it on. Do I have to wear the ears too? No, but try it with these shades. This outfit surprisingly suits her, Chris said, holding her chin with one hand crossed over her chest. I think it looks good too. Cheryl, try transforming now. I'm not a full werewolf. I can't transform at will. I can only do it at night and I need calming medicine or else I'll lose control like last time. Cheryl wasn't a pure werewolf, so there were conditions for her to transform. First, it had to be after the moon came out. If it was a cloudy day and the moon was covered, she wouldn't be able to change. If her bloodline was activated, she could then transform freely. But the way to activate her bloodline was by killing someone. Then you'll start acting with us tonight, Sienna said. To UCLA again? Chris asked. We didn't find any evil spirits last time. I feel like they aren't there anymore. After all, Chen expelled them all last time. Louder Brewster called me today, saying that there are commotions in the old campus again. No matter what, we're the special safety consultant of UCLA now. We have to work for our salary. Sienna placed importance on this official and steady job. Back then, she could only find 1 or 2 jobs around $1,000 each month and didn't try very hard. Most paranormal activities were because the client was being dramatic. This job was different though. The biggest difference was the salary. She made $10,000 per month. Chris, as her assistant, had $6,000 too. This kind of money counted as being high income. Sienna would never let herself lose this job. Sienna, Chris, do I have to wear this outside? Cheryl felt embarrassed. The bodysuit was too tight. She was only 12 years old, but she was going through puberty again. Plus, she had a special bloodline, so her body looked more mature than her age. It's okay. It's night. No one will see. I think it's hard to use my skills like this. Your style is more important. Sienna and Chris didn't actually plan on letting 12-year-old Cheryl do anything dangerous. She had a special bloodline, but she was still a child to them. As for making her wear these weird costumes, it was just to satisfy their weird hobbies. White Ma, Black Ma called. You already took so many pictures. It's my turn now. You should stand on duty now. No, I only took pictures with 10 people. I barely have any money in my bucket. No, it's my turn. More people like me. I'll make more money. Black Ma bared his teeth, putting on a scary expression. No, more people like me. No, me. 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 Then let's duel. We'll see who makes more money. I won't lose. Black Ma and White Ma both grew competitive. Who'll stand guard? Black Ma looked around. Walter, come here. Woof. Walter flew toward the silly twins. He was the most simple-minded one, waiting for his brother's orders with his tongue out. Woof, woof. Stay here and help us stand guard. Just then, there was a loud cry in the distance. A kayak had overturned. Someone's drowning, the lifeguard on the observatory deck cried while sounding the alert to the headquarters. Dozens of lifeguards rushed out immediately. They ran and jumped into the ocean. However, there were 3 faster creatures. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter shot out like lightning. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. They were extremely fast, indeed much faster than the other lifeguards. Even the fastest sprinter probably could not reach their speed. The 3 of them leaped into the sea directly. Perry and his wife Ackley had come to Angel Beach in search of the legendary killer whale Amon. Their kids, 5-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Ash, really wanted to meet Amon. Therefore, they rented a kayak and set sail. After they left the shallow zone, however, a huge wave turned their kayak over. Perry was the only one in the family who could swim. In his panic, he saw Ackley struggling on the surface of the sea. Perry immediately swam over to save his wife. However, Ackley grabbed onto Perry in fear, dragging him into the water too. Ackley, calm down, barf. Perry was not a very good swimmer himself. The raging currents and his wife made the situation worse. To his further dismay, he could not see his kids. Cough, cough. Perry swallowed another mouthful of seawater. Ackley, calm down. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow approach him from the distance. Perry was first shocked out of his wits, thinking that it was some kind of sea monster. When the shadow came closer, he realized that it was a giant dog. No, in fact, there were 3 dogs. Walter was the fastest swimmer among the 3. He was the first to reach Perry and Ackley. Woof! Walter barked at Perry and Ackley, who held on to him at once. Apart from his unusually large body, Walter was also wearing a dog life jacket, so he could withstand the weight of 2 more humans. Wait! Don't leave. My son and daughter are still here, Perry shouted. Woof! Walter barked at Black Ma and White Ma. They immediately disappeared into the sea, as if they were fish. After a while, they resurfaced again, each carrying a kid on their back. The 2 children had been struggling in the sea for less than a minute, so they were more or less uninjured. Very soon, they woke up. Realizing that they were sitting on Black Ma and White Ma, they were energized right away. By then, the other lifeguards also arrived. One of them approached Black Ma, wanting to carry Jack off his back. After all, Black Ma and White Ma were not wearing life jackets. The lifeguards were worried that the kids were too heavy for them. However, Jack placed his arms firmly around Black Ma's neck and shouted, "No. I'm not coming down. Doggy will protect me." The lifeguard was speechless. He stayed close to Black Ma as they swam back. Finally, Black Ma and White Ma reached the shore. The kids on their backs were still unwilling to leave. The tourists around them took out their phones and recorded the scene. "Mom, I want to ride the big dog too," an innocent child said, pointing at White Ma and Black Ma. To be honest, Black Ma and White Ma were really quite attractive. Despite being fools on the inside, they were still two cool and proud wolves. Perry and Ackley finally carried their children from the silly twins. The two kids were still pretty hesitant. However, more children had already pounced on the silly twins, fighting to go onto their backs. Given that the silly twins had just saved two drowning kids, the tourists all believed that these two huge dogs would not harm their own children. While Walter was not as popular as the silly twins, he was liked by many as well. However, Walter was clearly more loyal to his duty. He continued to lie below the lifeguard stand and stare attentively at the sea, protecting the safety of the tourists. Black Ma and White Ma, on the other hand, were drowning in the happiness of their pay-to-photo mode. Phalai had even written on their money buckets the line, "Please pay to take a photo." Both adults and children alike were more than willing to take a photo with the two giant dogs. Many children liked to climb onto their backs for a night experience. More unbelievably, the silly twins actually caught a thief on the beach. There were always bad guys on the beach. They would target those tourists who were sunbathing with their wallets and phones not too close to them. When Black Ma and White Ma saw the thief, they leaped onto him and pressed him onto the ground. By the time Phalai brought Black Ma, White Ma and Walter home, Chen Zhao was already back. Chen Zhao was preparing dinner. He saw the silly twins and the buckets around their necks. "Ha! Looks like you've had a rewarding day." "That's a lot of notes," Chen Zhao said as he stir-fried a dish. Normally, the silly twins would receive mostly coins. Even if their buckets were filled to the brim, it might only be $10 or $20. However, Chen Zhao realized that this time, there were many notes in their buckets. There were $1 notes and even $10 notes. "They found a way to earn money," Phalai said, smiling. "What?" "Taking photos with kids on their backs. At least $1 per photo." "Did you come up with this?" "They did. They saved two kids today who rode on their backs." After that, almost all the kids on the beach followed them for the whole afternoon. "Go and shower. It's about dinner time." Chen Zhao was not saying this to Phalai, but rather to Walter and the silly twins. He had been showering with Phalai. When Chen Zhao brought the dishes to the dining room, his phone rang. It was Mr. Doman. Chen Zhao picked it up. "Hi, Mr. Doman." "Mr. Chen, we've finished appraising your items. I'm sending you the report. According to our estimation, their values should be about 20% higher than what I told you." "Sure, thank you. Please deduct the appraisal fees from the sale of the items." "Of course. By the way, can you come over tomorrow? Didn't we sign the contract already? Do I need to sign it again?" "No, it's for Norman's." "What happened?" "She's already done her skin tightening surgery, but her body's now covered in scars. She's been complaining that if she knew about it earlier, she would not have lost weight." "Mr. Doman, what do you need me to do?" "Help me to comfort Norman's. If possible, I hope that you can remove the scars on her body. I suggested it to Norman's that day, but she rejected. I believe she'll accept it now, Mr. Doman said. "Okay. I'll be there tomorrow." Chapter 238, Scar Removal. Chapter 238, Scar Removal. At 10 in the morning, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house. Good morning, Mr. Doman. Morning. He handed Chen Zhao a check. Chen, this is the money for your collection. This is a supplementary contract. The collection will be auctioned in the spring. If the final bid is 50% higher than what you sold it to me for, I will give you 10% of the additional profit. These supplementary contracts were common in the art market. The original owner would sell the items to an auction company. If the company auctioned it off for a very high price, the original owner obviously wouldn't be happy. He could sue the company, thinking that they'd scammed him. These conflicts were annoying and really tainted the auction industry's reputation. Now, the companies would all sign a supplementary contract after buying the items. This way, everyone was happy and no one would cause trouble. Chen Zhao accepted the check. It was $1 million. With the $300,000 in deposit, he'd made $1,300,000 in total. He was quite satisfied with this profit. He'd also checked the prices of similar items online. Mr. Doman's prices were pretty fair. Mr. Chen, do you have a way to heal the scars on Norman's body? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Usually, surgery wounds were difficult to heal. Many people would cover it up with makeup or clothing. Using laser was another option, but it wouldn't recover completely. Laser recovery turned the scar into a thin line, but it was still obvious. These scars would never heal completely. It would follow the person for life. I'll pay you $100,000 for you to remove Norman's scars. I can do it, but I don't need the money, Chen Zhao said. Mr. Doman hadn't charged him for the appraisal, so Chen Zhao had to repay him. Usually, art pieces and vintage collections had an appraisal fee of around 5%. Mr. Doman was also a businessman. Since he could appraise the items for free, Chen Zhao couldn't be so nitpicky either. When Chen Zhao opened Norman's bedroom door, she was sitting in front of the window in her bra. She'd returned to the peak of her looks now. Her figure was still plump, but it didn't look bad at all. After the skin surgery, her skin was thinner and finer than before. Chen Zhao could even see the blood vessels under her skin. He didn't know if Norman's had decided to get a boob job too. He didn't find her breasts to be so obvious before her surgery. Now, they looked quite proud. When Chen Zhao came in, Norman's expression darkened immediately. Don't you know how to knock? I'm your coach, Chen Zhao said, chuckling. I have the right to see you whenever I want. I don't need you anymore. That's not up to you. Chen Zhao shook his head. You're only done when I say you are. I'm not in the mood to fight. But I'm in the mood to talk to you about this. Stop annoying me. Your dad invited me over to help you remove the scars, Chen Zhao said. I asked the doctor. He said that these scars can never be removed completely. Oh, I see. I accepted $1 million from your dad. We also agreed that whether you accept the treatment or not, I won't return the money. Chen Zhao shook his check in front of her face. Norman's expression grew furious. You scammer. That's robbery. When did I scam you? You're the one who doesn't want my service. How can you blame me? What will you do if you fail to get rid of the scars? If the treatment fails, Chen Zhao said. That'll be my own problem. Okay, when do we start? We can start now, Chen Zhao answered. What do I do? Strip and lie down. Strip? You asshole, you want to do perverted things, don't you? Please, it's not like I've never seen you naked. There's no point in freaking out. You've changed into your swimsuit so many times these days too. It's different now, Norman said, face red. You think you've changed because you got rid of some chunks of fat? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Norman's glared at him. In the end, she took off her bra and walked to Chen Zhao, arms over her chest. What now? Lie down. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes again. Norman's cheeks were as red as apples. Naked, she lay down before the man. This made her entire body heat up. She started feeling a man's hand caressing her stomach. Hey, stop lusting. Change to your back. Huh? You haven't had sex in a long time, huh? Norman's clenched her jaw. You asshole. Stop wasting time. We're all busy. Norman's had surgery in many places: arms, stomach, thighs, butt, armpits, neck, and back. Some places were more sensitive and private places, so she had to strip naked. Chen Zhao wasn't interested though. He could distinguish between patients and women. However, it felt different to Norman's. Chen Zhao's hand sent ripples throughout her. Okay, put your clothes on, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Ha! You're done. Chen Zhao shot her a look. You want me to apply ointment again? Norman's glared at him and put on her clothes while gritting her teeth. So that's it. If you feel like you need treatment again, you can call me. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm leaving. Chen Zhao waved. Norman's was dazed the entire day. Ghosts of the touches from earlier stayed on her skin. At night, she was too heated and frustrated to sleep. Her finger grazed past her arm. Suddenly, she realized that the 20-centimeter scar on her arm had softened a lot more. She turned on the light to check her arm. The scar really had faded a lot. It wasn't just her arm either. All the scars had faded impressively. That asshole really can do things, she muttered to herself through a clenched jaw. It seems like he's not grabbing. He must be waiting for me to call him now. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. The next day, Norman's already called Chen Zhao. When are you free? When do you need it? As soon as possible. But you told me yesterday that you don't need me. Are you coming or not? Fine. When Chen Zhao entered Norman's room, she immediately removed all her clothes. The first thing that they would normally do upon seeing each other was to curse or mock the other person. However, they did not do that today. Instead, they started the main topic directly. Norman's kept silent until Chen Zhao finished the treatment. Then, she wore her white shirt and short skirt back on without any undergarments. Do you have anything else later? I'm going to the driving school to learn driving, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Norman's asked again, how long will it take for my scars to disappear entirely? About a week. Will you be coming every day? No, maybe once every 2 or 3 days. Chen Zhao packed his stuff, ready to leave. Chen, Norman's called. What? Forget it. You can scram now. What an idiot. Mr. John, your son can be discharged now. After 3 days of observation, we can confirm that the tumor in his brain has shrunk to 20% of its original size, and it is still shrinking. It will no longer threaten his life now. With this rate, he'll recover fully in 3 to 5 months. Gave John the report. John looked at the medical report. It is a common saying that prolonged illness turns a patient into a good doctor. Since John Jr. was diagnosed, John Sr. had been reading his reports. Now, he knew exactly what each of the numbers on the report meant. Dr. 4, thank you. Can I thank that person myself? John could hardly contain his excitement. He had placed all his hopes on John Jr. He had watched his son grow day by day, and then weaken day by day. His son even almost died before his very eyes. John had been having a stressful and trying time. Today, he received the best news in his entire life. Mr. John, have you forgotten our agreement? I didn't heal little John, neither did anyone. It was God who healed your son. Forrest stared at John with a serious look. I only want to thank him. I don't have any other. Mr. John. All right. Although John did not manage to thank that doctor personally, he was still overjoyed. When John brought his son home, his housekeeper walked up and said, Mr. John, Mr. Risvar has been waiting for you in the living room for quite a while. Okay. Tell him that I'll be right there. Even the housekeeper could tell John's delight. Koi, ask Danny to play with you. I need to go and see Uncle Risvar. Okay, Dad. In the living room. Risvar was surprised to see John with a rejuvenated smile. Risvar, long time no see. When did you come to the States? The two of them hugged each other briefly. Just yesterday. John, you look really happy. I heard that Koi's condition has worsened, but your face says otherwise. Koi's recovered. He's been discharged. Recovered. He had tumor resection. Risvar asked in surprise. Ha. Anyway, he's fine now. Laura came with me too. Can you tell me who Koi's doctor is? As you know, Laura's condition is probably the same as Koi's. John looked very hesitant. Before he left the hospital with Koi, he had promised to keep it a secret. However, Risvar's question put him in a difficult position. Laura was his younger sister. Risvar was also his good friend in college. Laura knew Risvar precisely because of John. Laura and John Jr. were diagnosed with brain tumors at almost the same time. Laura's condition was slightly less severe, but she had encountered several dangerous episodes too. There was no way John could reject Risvar's request. John, why are you so reluctant? Don't you want Laura to recover too? She's your own sister. Risvar was clearly enraged. He did not know what John was hesitating for. Risvar, actually, Koi wasn't healed by surgery. What do you mean? In fact, John told Risvar the entire story. I'm also unsure who the real doctor is. I promised doctor. For that I won't talk about it again, but now I've broken my promise on the same day. Risvar was unconcerned about John's promise. He only wanted to know how John Jr. had managed to recover. Which means doctor. For knows who treated your son, right? Risvar, don't act harshly. Doctor. For saved Koi's life. Of course I won't. Risvar seemed to be making a plan. When Risvar returned to his house in America, he had already received all the information about Chantilly Hospital and its doctors. Just then, two girls ran toward him. They were his twin daughters, Ronnie and Vera. Dad, where's Mom? Dad, where did Mommy go? They were only 3.5 years old. Laura was diagnosed with a brain tumor when she was pregnant with them. That time, Risvar suggested aborting the babies. With Laura's condition, it was too dangerous for her to give birth. However, both Laura and their children were eventually safe. Risvar was also glad that they did not choose to abort their kids. Laura had brought him two more important ladies in his life. Nevertheless, Risvar still felt that his life was not perfect enough. After giving birth to Ronnie and Vera, Laura's health quickly deteriorated. She even suffered several severe comas. While she managed to wake up every time, her future was bleak. Rizvar carried Ronnie and Vera with his arms. Mom has something to settle outside. She's coming back later. When will Mommy be back? Rizvar could not answer their questions. He did not want them to see Laura being tortured by her illness. He was also unsure how long Laura had left. Didn't you want to play with Brother Koi? He went home today. I also miss Brother Koi. Then we'll go find Brother Koi tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow. Ronnie and Vera suddenly hesitated. Do you have something else tomorrow? Dad, can you bring Brother Koi here instead? Why? Because we've promised Faith that we'll go to her house tomorrow. Who's Faith? Faith lives door next. She's our little sister. Chapter 240, Your Dog is So Small. Chapter 240, Your Dog is So Small. Faith is right next door. You can go over whenever you want. No, we agreed with Faith to see whose dog is bigger. Rizvar was speechless. A child's world was honestly impossible to understand. Just then, a black Doberman ran out. It was the same age as Ronnie and Vera, but it was already really big. Its name was Laugher. Its parents all had pure lineages, especially its father. It had won a gold medal at a world dog contest. Its mother was the largest Doberman in the world. Laugher was born with excellent genes. After maturing, its shoulder height was 80 centimeters tall and it weighed 50 kilograms. It was already bigger than other adult Dobermans. It didn't have its mother's super height, but it was still a giant amongst giants. How big is that little Faith? You're bullying her. She's not one yet, but she said Laugher is tiny. I don't think so. Yeah. Laugher is the biggest and coolest. Rizvar felt that this was just bullying. He planned on visiting his neighbors to apologize. After all, his kids should be the older sisters. They couldn't treat little kids like this. Ronnie and Vera took Laugher into the yard to play. Rizvar saw through the floor-to-ceiling window that they jumped into the pool while Laugher stood on land, panicking. Laugher was scared of water. It hadn't experienced it before, so it was afraid. Whenever it saw the two kids playing in the water, Laugher would bark but never dared to jump in. The scene was laughable. This was another characteristic of Dobermans. They were friendly to humans. Actually, dogs all knew how to swim. It was a natural ability. Manus, find out for me who's living beside us. Mr. Rizvar, there's no need. I've already checked before you moved in. Your neighbor is a playboy. He's CAA's stockholder, named Devin Dell. He's 28 years old. Rizvar changed his outfit and went to visit his neighbor. After all, he didn't come just for Laura's condition. He also planned on entering the American market. He would live here for a long time, so socializing was necessary. At least, he hoped he wouldn't have a bad relationship with his neighbors. Rizvar brought Ronnie and Vera along to the next-door neighbor. He rang the doorbell and a voice sounded from the machine. Who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Devin Dell? I'm Rizvar. I just moved in next door and I hope to become acquainted. Sure, the door's open. Please come in. Faith, don't put the corn snake in your mouth. You can't eat it. Mary, please help me watch her. Mr. Dell, please put the snake into the glass tank after you're done playing, Mary retorted. Don't toss it onto the sofa. Rizvar grew nervous hearing that. He brought Ronnie and Vera into the manor. It was much smaller than his own, but the environment was nice. Just then, a tiny girl ran out of the mansion before him. She couldn't be more than 1 year old, but she ran like the wind and had a huge snake in her hands. A man chased after her. It was probably Devon Dell, along with Mary. Faith, don't run so fast. Slow down, slow down. Be careful, you'll fall. Risvar was even more nervous. This girl wasn't the typical kind of strong. Ah, Ronnie, Vera, Faith saw them and immediately sped up. She clutched the snake as if offering up a gift. For you. The snake tried to escape from her hands, but Faith grabbed it tightly. Ronnie and Vera didn't dare to accept it. Thankfully, Dell and Mary ran over now. Faith, don't hurt the corn snake anymore. Don't you see how pitiful it looks? Risvar composed himself and looked at Dell. Hello, Mr. Dell. Hello, Mr. Risvar. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Faith suddenly called at Laffer. Come here. Faith waddled over, trying to grab Laffer, but the dog wriggled away and ran to Risvar's side. Mr. Dell, do you have a dog too? No. Dell shook his head. Your daughter seems to really like dogs. My friend has dogs. He brings his pets over when he visits and Faith always rides his dogs around. Are his dogs big? There are big and small ones. No wonder. Ronnie and Vera came home saying that Faith wants to compete whose dog is bigger tomorrow. Really? Dell turned around. Faith, you want to compete with Ronnie and Vera. But you don't have a dog. I don't, but Uncle does. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter are mine. All mine. Your uncle might not be free tomorrow. It's okay. Can we steal Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter? But they might not be at home. Risvar waited patiently as the father and daughter spoke. Back then, he'd been immersed in these kinds of conversations too. Conversations with kids were filled with youthfulness and imagination. He could understand how Dell felt while talking to Faith. There was joy and warmth. Mr. Risvar, don't take kids seriously. There's nothing to compete over. It's true. Laffer is the third biggest Doberman in the world. It's truly unsuitable for kids to compete over. I'm afraid your daughters will feel hurt. You mean Laffer will lose? Of course. Your dog's named Laffer. He looks really small. I didn't think Mr. Risvar would like to raise small dogs. Laffer, small. I haven't seen a dog bigger than him yet. Then I guess you just haven't seen enough. My friend's 3 dogs are all bigger than Laffer. He'll just be a puppy before him. Then let's compare tomorrow. I hope you can find a dog bigger than Laffer. It had only been a joke between kids, but it ended up as a competition between 2 competitive adults. As for the 3 kids, they'd already started playing, ignoring the 2 glaring adults. It was like this had nothing to do with them. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chen Zhao finally received his driver's license. It was fairly easy to get one in the States. He had been practicing in the driving school for more than 50 hours to meet the course requirement. Apart from that, he was really a novice driver. The driving course was charged on an hourly basis, with the rate being a few dollars per hour. Hiring a coach in the driving school would cost $20 per hour. Of course, one could also choose to learn from any adult who had a driver's license. However, driving schools are mostly very materialistic. The more money you give them, the easier it will be for you to get your license. Moreover, since Chen Zhao only had a green card, it might even take longer. This could be anywhere between a month and half a year. He also had a written examination, which he passed on the first attempt. Actually, Chen Zhao had spent more time getting a road test. It was only his turn on the 5th day. He similarly passed it on the first try. After waiting for a week, he received his license. The first thing that came to his mind was to buy a car. David, are you free? Why? I want to buy a car. Okay. Where are you now? Soon, David came to fetch Chen Zhao. Chen, what kind of car do you want to get? I want to buy one for Fei Lai first. Her car is too old. What kind of car should I give her? How much do you plan to spend? As long as it's not a few $1,000,000, I would say, Chen Zhao replied. Cars in America were considerably cheap. David was clearly more professional than Normans in this field. At least, he would recommend a rough-looking SUV to Chen Zhao. David suggested getting a sports car, which had a more feminine shape and appearance. He told Chen Zhao about various sports cars ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in cost. David was probably a car fan. While he might not be that professional, he was able to briefly analyze the advantages and disadvantages of various models based on their emission systems, motors, and performances. The very expensive models, even if you can afford them, do not suit Fei Lai. Fei Lai is a coastal lifeguard, so it may be somewhat awkward for her to drive a car that costs more than $1 million. I suggest getting one that's between $200,000 to $300,000. Cars which cost that much were already very high class. In fact, cars that cost more than $30,000 could already be considered as somewhat luxurious. Despite so, Chen Zhao felt that those cars were too ordinary for Fei Lai. Chen Zhao was kind of an upstart. He thought that since he was going to give Fei Lai a car, he should of course choose an excellent one. He also found the price of $200,000 to $300,000 quite reasonable. I recommend Aston Martin DB11 AMR, newest edition 2018. Chen Zhao used the internet to obtain photos of the model, as well as its official description. It could cost as low as $180,000, and no more than $250,000 even with the highest specs. Chen Zhao really liked the model and its price. As for the car's performance, he could not understand anything. Nevertheless, since it was recommended by David, it was probably great. I'll get this one. Chen Zhao made his decision. Shall we go to the store and take a look? Okay. Chen Zhao walked into the Aston Martin store. It was huge, with more than 10 different models on exhibit in the hall. Behind the store, there was also a giant test track. When Chen Zhao and David walked into the shop, a tall lady in business attire quickly approached them. Hi, I'm Polly's. How can I help you? We want to try the DB11 AMR. Do you have one here? Of course. Polly's eyes glowed. May I know which of you wishes to buy the car? It's me. We need to take a look first, David interrupted Chen Zhao. Polly's looked at Chen Zhao, her eyes glittering with passion. Since Chen Zhao was considering buying the DB11 AMR, he had to be very rich. What drink would you like to have? Just iced water. Me too. After Polly's gave them a cup of iced water each, she brought the two before the exhibited DB11 AMR. Then, she started to describe its various performances and functions endlessly. As the purchaser, Chen Zhao was soon completely lost, while David listened to her attentively, occasionally asking a question. We would like to go in and try it ourselves. Sure. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat, while David sat in the driver's seat. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not have a solid concept about cars. A 10,000 car and a 100,000 car were both tools for him to travel. David was different. Buying a good car was almost a dream for him. After they left the car, Chen Zhao asked, Do you have a red one here? Do you want a red one? Excuse me for my bluntness, but I think that silver gray or blue suits you more. I'm giving it to my girlfriend. She likes red. Polly's could feel her body burning with envy. Why couldn't she get such an outstanding boyfriend too? Her own boyfriend only knew how to eat and sleep at home. He dreamed about becoming a huge star every day, but could only get small, almost insignificant, roles. Polly's really wanted to drag Chen Zhao into the restroom immediately. We indeed have a red one, but it has the highest specs. Okay, how much is it? 250,000. We can help you in loaning and insurance. The total cost will be around 259,000. You can skip the loaning part. Excuse me. I'll pay the full amount, Chen Zhao said. Polly's nodded gently, then please follow me for the formalities. Mr. Chen, this is my name card. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. I'm at your service 24/7. Chen Zhao could understand the hidden meaning in the sentence. Smiling, he took the name card. Thank you. He had stopped messing with other women. If it was in the past, he would definitely not let this high-quality lady off. After paying the full price, Polly's only had to handle the insurance for Chen Zhao. The whole procedure took less than 20 minutes. Before long, Chen Zhao and David left in the car. Polly stared at Chen Zhao's back with much resentment. David could not afford such a car, so he enjoyed himself in Chen Zhao's car. Oh yeah. I need to buy another car for myself, Chen Zhao said. What? Another one? I told you that this car's for Feilai. How much do you plan to spend for your own car? I'm getting an SUV. I only need it to be big enough. Do you not have any other requirements? No. Chen Zhao's requirement was easily satisfied by most SUVs. Chen Zhao bought a Ford SUV which cost 20,000, after which he asked David to drive the car back to his house. Now, Chen Zhao had to send the Aston Martin DB11 AMR to Feilai. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Feilai, I'm on the highway beside the beach. Come out for a second. Huh? Why are you at the beach? I miss you. A while later, Feilai walked over from the beach. She wore a swimsuit with a life vest. As part of the coastal rescue team, she had to be ready to go into the ocean for rescue at any moment, so she always wore the life vest when working. When she walked over, she was confused. Where was Chen Zhao? Didn't he say he was here? Why wasn't he here? Feilai called him. Chen, where are you? I'm here. Where? On the road. How come I don't see you? Do you see a red car parked there? Yeah. Feilai obviously saw a new sports car parked on the side. Look inside. Confused, Feilai turned to look. There seemed to be someone in there. And the person was waving at her. It was Chen. Feilai walked over quickly. Chen Zhao had already opened the door. Chen, how come you're in here? Why can't I be in the car? Whose is it? Yours. Stop joking. My gift for you. Ha! Feilai gaped at Chen Zhao with disbelief. Chen Zhao had never gifted her anything after they started dating. She never expected that his first gift would be a car. She obviously recognized the Aston Martin logo. The car had to be a few $100,000, right? Like it? Feilai already had her arms around Chen Zhao's neck. She pressed a kiss on his lips. Chen Zhao hugged Feilai's thin waist. Want to try? You drove it over. Yeah. But you don't have a license. I just got it. You've been practicing these past few days. Yeah. People always said that guys loved cars, but women actually loved cars more. Feilai impatiently got in. She tested the driver's seat that still had the scent of leather. She had to admit that her ratty old car couldn't compare to this new car's feeling. The smooth steering experience, the gentle arcs like the curves of a woman's body. Feilai had no reason not to fall in love with the car. When they went home, Feilai drove the new Aston Martin while Chen Zhao drove her old car. Chen Zhao kind of regretted buying her this sports car. Feilai had already transformed into a race car driver. The first time she tried it, Chen Zhao was sitting next to her. She slammed down on the gas pedal and Chen Zhao's legs were weak when he got off. Thankfully, Feilai didn't drive too quickly on the way home. Chen Zhao followed behind her. "Chen, we have a guest." Feilai saw another car parked on the side of the road. "That's mine." "What? You bought 2 cars today?" "Yes." "Why didn't you buy yourself a better one?" "I usually have to bring White Ma, Black Ma, and the others, so I need a bigger car. This one suits me better. But you buying such an expensive one for me makes me uncomfortable. We're a family." "Don't say that." Chen Zhao only saw cars as a transportation tool. He didn't put too much love or dreams into it. To him, even the most expensive car was still only a car. There was a difference in value, but they were the same in essence. Some people loved houses, some people loved cars, and some loved both. That night, Feilai was more enthusiastic than before. It was like she wanted to repay Chen Zhao. But just as they were having sex, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He didn't want to answer, but it kept ringing. "Take it," Feilai panted. "It's so annoying." Chen Zhao unwillingly reached over and finally got the phone. "Hello? Chen, help me out." It was Dell's voice. "I'm busy. And don't you know that it's immoral to disturb people's rest?" "You sound out of breath," Dell said. "Next time I go to your place, I'm gonna stuff your head into the toilet," Chen Zhao said menacingly. Dell immediately shoved the phone at Faith, who said in her baby voice, "Uncle Chin." "Oh, Faithy, what's wrong?" "Uncle, can you help me win Ronnie and Vera?" "Sure. How can I help?" "Give me Black Ma and White Ma." "Sure, no problem." "When?" "Tomorrow." "Sure. Good night, Faithy." "Who is it? How come your voice changed?" "A girl." "I knew it. I've seen her body before." "You asshole, thinking of another woman's body when you're lying on me. She's not even 1 year old. I hate you." The next day, Chen Zhao brought the entire family. The back seat was very spacious. The back of the third row could be laid down to form a small platform. White Ma and Black Ma couldn't run around, but at least it was better than being stuffed inside Feilai's car. They could also open the skylight and stick their heads out. None of these bastards kept calm inside Chen Zhao's car. With a crash, the glass windows on both sides shattered. "Black Ma, I saw you. This is a new car." "New car?" Chen Zhao stared at the rearview mirror, a bit angry. This car only cost $20,000, but it was still a new car. Even a rebellious kid wouldn't do this. If Chen Zhao was able, he would definitely beat them up now. Knowing that he'd made a mistake, Black Ma finally grew more obedient. The car reached Dell's home. Seeing the unfamiliar car, Dell thought it was some stranger. When Black Ma stuck his head out of the broken window, Dell recognized him immediately. He went to open the gate so the car could come through. "Chen, when did you buy a car? If you need one, I can gift you one. This model is too low standard. Please, it's not like I haven't seen your cars before. You only have sports cars. None of them can fit Black Ma and White Ma." Chen Zhao pointed at the windows. Plus, it'll definitely be more expensive and annoying to replace a sports car's windows. Ah, Uncle Chin, you're here. Faith ran out like a puppy, but she couldn't keep her balance at all. When she reached Chin Zhao, he caught her. Ever since you healed her eyes, Del said. She seemed to have gotten smarter. She even learned how to speak quickly. Yeah. Chen Zhao wasn't sure if the pristine eyeballs had caused this. Technically, they wouldn't cause any changes to humans. However, Faith had really become smarter. She went from baby talk to being able to communicate in 2 weeks. Earlier, Del had worried that something had happened to Faith, so he called Chen Zhao over for a checkup. He didn't find any problems. Faith was very healthy. As for becoming smarter, it wasn't a bad thing. Oh, right. Where did Sura go these days? I haven't seen her. Chapter 243, How Are They Dogs? Chapter 243, How Are They Dogs? We broke up. No, we divorced, to be accurate. Why? This isn't the life that she wants, Del said, looking at Faith. To be honest, Del had really changed a lot after adopting Faith. He was more responsible, to say the least. On the other hand, Chen Zhao found Sura extremely playful and daring. When she was with Del, she had tried almost everything with him. Chen Zhao had to say that Sura was truly the definition of easy virtue. Of course, as her boyfriend, Del was not much better than herself in the past either. Ah! Suddenly, they heard Mary's scream from the house. What happened? Chen Zhao and Del immediately ran into the living room. Mary, what happened? Chen, you're snake, you're snake. Chen Zhao and Del turned their heads and saw Raymond trying to eat the corn snake. A section of its tail was already in Raymond's mouth. Raymond had been growing rapidly. The once finger-thick snake was now like a small python. Although the corn snake was from the real python family, it was very tiny. It had indeed already reached its maximum size. The corn snake, whose tail was in Raymond's mouth, struggled wildly, attempting to escape. Raymond, what are you doing? With his face darkened, Chen Zhao stepped onto Raymond's tail. Raymond spat the corn snake out at once. Then, he slithered under the sofa and disappeared. Asshole! Raymond had told Chen Zhao that he was merely trying to scare the corn snake. Del was long used to Chen Zhao's extraordinary pets. They were all unusually intelligent. Actually, Del had raised the corn snake hoping that it would be as smart as Raymond. In the end, its biggest use was to be Faith's pacifier. Whenever there were no adults around, Faith would grab the corn snake and stuff it into her mouth. Corn snakes are naturally docile and timid. They would rarely bite a person. When they are attacked, they will often run away. To humans, they are more or less harmless. I feel so sorry for White. Faith lifted the corn snake with some crocodile tears in her eyes. She had been constantly biting the corn snake as well. Luckily, she did not have teeth. Otherwise, the corn snake would have at least lost its skin by now. Raymond, Faith climbed under the sofa and dragged Raymond out by force. Raymond was clearly unwilling to move. Stop scaring White, or I'll eat you. Then, Faith bit Raymond. Raymond could now very clearly experience the corn snake's feeling just now. He wanted to escape, but Faith grabbed him firmly, not giving him any chance to leave. Faith, bring Black Ma and White Ma to next door. Del patted Faith's head. Faith slid down the sofa and threw the two snakes away. Then, she called Black Ma and White Ma and climbed onto White Ma's back. White Ma was very experienced in carrying children. As he ran around slowly, Faith could not feel any bumps. Under the guidance of Faith, the silly twins went to the adjacent manor. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, come here. Woof! Just then, LoveLore ran out. When he saw the two giants before him, he stepped back in fear and barked wildly at them. LoveLore was already very huge, but he was clearly much smaller than Black Ma and White Ma, who weighed 120 kilograms each. Woof, woof! The silly twins also roared at LoveLore. The three dogs continued to bark at one another. They finally managed to attract LoveLore from the house. When he saw the silly twins, he almost sat on the floor. How are they dogs? They're surely wolves. They were extremely large even for wolves. Most people who knew about dogs also knew about wolves. They could at least distinguish between the two. Black Ma and White Ma were over 2.3 meters long and also had a shoulder height of 1 meters. When they stood up, they could reach 3 meters in height. In addition, their soft fur made them look even bigger. With their sizes, they were already at the top of the terrestrial food chain. Very quickly, LoveLore saw Faith, who was sitting on White Ma's back. He suddenly realized that these two wolves might just be what Faith had brought here to compare with LoveLore. In this case, LoveLore already lost. LoveLore probably weighed only half as much as each of them, not to mention their other differences. Wow, these two doggies are huge. Ronnie and Vera also ran out from the house. They did not know what fear was. Clearly, they also did not know that these were wolves, not dogs. LoveLore was about to stop his daughters from going any closer when White Ma already approached the two with Faith on his back. Then, White Ma lay on the ground so that Faith could slide down from his back. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, look. These are my White Ma and Black Ma. They are huge, right? Ronnie and Vera turned their heads and looked at LoveLore, who indeed appeared to be very small. There is no harm without comparison. With the silly twins around, Ronnie and Vera immediately disliked LoveLore. Ronnie, Vera, they're wolves, LoveLore said. Dad, what are wolves? LoveLore really wanted to tell them that wolves would eat people. However, he could not say so before his two daughters and two wolves. Dad, we lost. Ronnie looked at LoveLore. Dad, I want this kind of dog too. His fur is so soft. LoveLore did not know what to do or how he could get two wolves for them. It was not really because the silly twins were too big. In fact, even in the natural world, there were also wolves that could reach the size of Black Ma and White Ma. It was really because of their nature. LoveLore did not even dare to let her daughters go close to a tamed wolf. Faith pointed her finger. Black Ma, help me bring my milk bottle here. Black Ma ran out of the manor. After a while, he returned with the bottle in his mouth. Surprise flashed across LoveLore's eyes. He's very smart. If he could get wolves that were this intelligent, he would not mind keeping them as pets for his daughters. Faith, are these two dogs yours? Blinking her large eyes, Faith sucked her milk bottle and said in an innocent voice, they're both mine and Uncle Chen's. Are their names White Ma and Black Ma? Yes. How does your uncle train them? What's train? LoveLore realized that Faith clearly could not understand what he was trying to say. Why are they so clever? They're this clever since the start, Faith replied confidently. Well, she still can't understand me. However, Faith added, Uncle, I know what you mean. Are you asking me how Uncle Chin usually teaches Black Ma and White Ma? Yes, do you know? Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend. Winry Gargamel suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chen Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chen Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chen Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Chen Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello. Are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Laos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chen Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure, he had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Laos' back was completely bloodshot. Laos, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Chen Zhao discovered several eyes on Laos that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Chen Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Laos' body. There's something living inside you, Chen Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Laos right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Laos may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chen Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chen Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Laos, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that eye long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chen Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Laos, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay. When I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Around 2 p.m., Chen Zhao and Dell entered Risfar's manor. Mr. Risfar. Hello, Mr. Dell. And this is my friend, Chen. He's Black Ma and White Ma's owner. Oh, the dogs and Faith didn't cause any trouble, right? Dell had some pride on his face, as if saying, "Ha, you lost, right?" "Ha, no. They're sleeping right now and even ate a piece of steak." Risvar chuckled. The fight between them had been immature and childish. Whether he won or not, it wouldn't really affect their adult relationship. "Mr. Chen, I must admit that Black Ma and White Ma are the most intelligent dogs I've ever seen. You haven't seen his other pets." Dell pursed his lips, expressing that Risvar hadn't seen enough. "Mr. Chen, are you willing to leave them? I can pay $1 million to buy their ownership." "I'm sorry, Mr. Risvar. I'm afraid this is impossible." $2 million. "Mr. Risvar, let's change the topic," Chen Zhao said. "Okay, I'm sorry for the offense." Risvar hadn't expected much. He knew Black Ma and White Ma's value, but he wouldn't spend more money than that to buy 2 dogs. "Mr. Chen, you seem to be skilled in beast training. Can you share your experiences with me? I wish to make Laffer smarter too." I don't really do much," Chen Zhao said offhandedly. "I just kick them and hit them when they make a mistake." This was the same as what Faith had said. Risvar really believed it for a moment. Is that really effective? Chapter 245, Brand. Chapter 245, Brand. "First, you have to let them know what scolding is," Chen Zhao added. It was clearly impossible. Risvar stopped asking about it, since Chen Zhao was obviously unwilling to tell him. Chen Zhao and Dell brought Faith and the silly twins back. Risvar looked at the door, deep in thought. When Faith woke up in Dell's arms, she saw Chen Zhao looking at her. She immediately reached out for Chen Zhao. "Uncle Chen, hug me." Chen Zhao carried Faith in his arms. "You're awake. Uncle Chen, are you leaving?" "Yes." "Are Black Ma and White Ma leaving too?" "Yup." "When will you come again?" "Actually, you can come to my house too." Faith turned her head and looked at Dell. "Dad, can I go to Uncle Chen's place?" "Of course." Dell clearly could not say no. "Chen, why don't you stay for a meal together?" "Nah, I still have something later." "Hi, Mr. Fellwood." When Chen Zhao arrived at the construction site outside Mirror Lake, Fellwood Cisco walked out with his helmet. As the owner of the company, Fellwood was very responsible. Indeed, he had been placing heavy emphasis on Chen Zhao's project. Whenever Chen Zhao came here, Fellwood was almost always present and supervising his team. Of course, maybe he was here only because his company did not have enough manpower. "Hi, Mr. Chen. How's the construction going?" "We've already added concrete and reinforcement to the foundation. Currently, we're intercepting the lake water outside the main building." Fellwood tried his best to explain to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao knew why they had to intercept the lake. Because part of the building was designed to be in the lake itself, they had to block the water before they could build that part. "Mr. Chen, to be honest, the pH of the soil here is really bad. Many plants which we plan to grow probably can't survive. Do you have any suggestion then? When we build the building, we'll be digging up a lot of silt from the lake. I can ask my workers to spread the silt in the surrounding region." The silt will make an excellent soil for plants, but it will only cover the area adjacent to the villa. Places further away will still look barren and monotonous. Then help me to dig more silt and cover a larger area, even if you need more money for it. Mr. Chen, I'm happy to help you, but we have no right or capability to change the lake that much. Is there not a solution at all? There is. I've studied the geographical environment here. The river connected to Mirror Lake eventually flows into the Los Angeles Inland River, but it's too narrow for bigger ships. You can consider widening the river, which will allow for easier water transportation. If you have a yacht, this will allow it to come in too. You can also build a dock near the lake and ask for the silt in the river to be piled up here. My team can help you to spread the silt around the place. According to your plan, I need to hire a water engineering team, right? Yes. How much will that be? According to my estimate, dredging the river should cost around $300 for every 10 meters. It's about 25 kilometers from here to the inland river. 1 kilometer costs $30,000, so I need to spend about $750,000. Am I right? I know a water engineering company. I can help you to contact them, Fellwood said. Also, I can get you the project at $500,000. Chen Zhao looked at Fellwood. It was only 2/3 of the original cost. Do you have any requirements? Chen Zhao asked. I hope that my team can build the small dock too, Fellwood said. How much does it cost to build a dock that can accommodate a yacht? 100,000. I need to ask about it. Chen Zhao had already made up his mind, but he did not know the market price. Therefore, he was going to ask a professional person if the price was reasonable. Of course. Fellwood could tell that Chen Zhao would probably agree. He really understood Chen Zhao's mindset. Given that Chen Zhao was willing to spend more than $1 million to build a luxurious villa, he certainly had a harsh requirement on the environment. When he heard any flaws, he would surely be willing to spend more money to remedy them. Brewster found Smith's apartment. He realized that the door was open. He first knocked on the door. There was no response. Brewster pushed the door open. He was immediately greeted by a wave of pungent smell and piles of rubbish. Brewster frowned. He knew that Smith was not a tidy person, but he did not expect it to be so bad. Brewster shouted, "Smith, are you there?" "It's me, Brewster." Smith looked very dispirited. His hair was messy and he could not remember when was the last time he shaved his beard. His bloodshot eyes were further surrounded by deep, black patches. "Smith, I heard that you've lost at soccer gambling, but you better not lose your job too." Brewster came here to warn Smith, whom he was very dissatisfied with. Smith looked dazed. He clenched his left fist firmly and began to tremble. Although Brewster was quite old, he was still 5 centimeters taller and also fatter than Smith. Hence, he was not scared at all. "What? You want to punch me?" Smith lifted his head and looked at Brewster. Suddenly, he smiled and extended his hand. "No, I didn't mean it. I will go to work." "That's much better." Brewster grabbed Smith's hand. However, he suddenly felt a sharp, burning sensation on his palm. "Ah! Let go! Let go of me!" Brewster struggled away from Smith's hand. He looked at his hand and realized there was a brand. The brand was circular, with a demon portrait in it. "What did you do? What did you do to me?" Smith stood still with a strange smile on his face. Brewster felt more and more uneasy. He turned around and ran away. Smith did not give chase. Brewster repeatedly pressed the elevator button in panic. Ding! The elevator door opened. Brewster quickly bolted in. The door closed and he heaved a sigh. Then, he immediately called Sienna. Hey. Ah. Before Brewster could speak properly, the elevator fell down. Hi, Mr. Brewster. Hello. What's wrong? Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Smith felt a change in his body. The scalding golden coin was embedded in his left palm. Thin blood vessels on the coin joined it to his hand. He didn't dare leave this room these past few days, because he finally realized what this coin was. It was a cursed coin, or the coin of fortune and misfortune. It could suck away someone's luck. The one who lost their luck would be entangled in misfortune and have an accident. The one who had the coin would receive the victim's luck while the coin received the victim's soul. However, the first one to lose luck was the owner of the coin. Ever since Smith received the coin, he became its slave. Bad luck kept happening around him. When the first victim appeared, Smith finally received luck again. The more victims there were, the luckier he became. However, this wasn't endless. The cursed coin couldn't save too many souls at any given time. After a certain period, it had to release the souls. The souls who'd lost their luck and were killed by bad luck would never receive salvation. Even if they died because their luck was taken away, it still belonged to them. When they were expelled or purified, the luck that belonged to them would disappear as well. Last time Chen Zhao came, he expelled the evil spirits in the abandoned classroom. This caused Smith's luck to reach its lowest state. All sorts of trouble and danger started accompanying him. This also led to the worst result: he was possessed by the cursed coin. It started joining with his body. Of course, this meant he finally learned the coin's background. There were still some ancient souls in the coin. These ancient evil spirits badgered him, making him unable to sleep at night. When Bruce appeared before him again, he was filled with terror. Right now, Bruce appeared in the form of a soul. He couldn't resist Smith's cursed coin and was swallowed completely by it. Let me go, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Bruce's voice echoed throughout Smith's mind. It was a wail that would never be quieted. When Sienna hurried to the site, she only saw Bruce's body get lifted out of the elevator. His death had been tragic. Sienna also saw David. David. Sienna, how come you're here? David walked over. What happened? How did Principal Bruce die? Elevator accident. The cable snapped and he fell from the 12th floor. You know him. He hired me as UCLA's special safety consultant, but we didn't have an official contract. It was just a verbal agreement. Sienna was close to a breakdown. If Bruce died, it meant that her and Chris' job would be gone too. I think that his death is unnatural, she continued. The moment before he died, he called me, but the accident happened before he could speak. You mean he was killed by an evil spirit? It shouldn't be an evil spirit. They won't kill people in the daytime. Can you find the truth behind his death? I'm not sure, Sienna said gravely. Can you give me a copy of the forensic report? Sure. David nodded. I'll definitely find the criminal. Sienna gritted out. He stole my job. Chen, I got invited to the IAAF Diamond League. Rufford called Chen Zhao excitedly. I can race in the Diamond League. The IAAF Diamond League was previously called the Golden League. It was the most prestigious race in track. It was even more competitive than the Olympics. Every track athlete dreamed of standing on that stage, becoming the one under the spotlight. Rufford had only been a B-list sprinter before. Now, he was a well-known athlete. Congrats, Rufford. When is the race? It starts on May 14th. There are 14 stops. Is any stop in America? Yes. It's held in New York on June 21st. I'll be really happy if you can come to that one. Chen Zhao considered it. There was still half a year. If I go, can you break a record? I'll try. No, I promise. Then I'll come. As Rufford's fame grew, his commercial activities grew in number 2. However, he knew that his current achievements weren't enough to make him rich. He still paid more attention to training and all sorts of races. Chen Zhao didn't object. Rufford doing more commercial activities could make him more money, but these short-term benefits weren't what he was looking for. Sacrificing long-term benefits was the stupidest thing. Chen Zhao would rather not make a cent from Rufford in a year and make more after that. Rufford was now signed under CAA management and had his own manager. CAA's plan for him was to mainly prepare for races. Of course, this didn't mean that CAA wasn't an ethical business. It was merely because they wanted to dig out more value in him. As an athlete, his commercial value was completely expressed in his achievements. It was just like how an actor's value came from his box office or ratings. Kate, welcome to the club. Kate was introduced to all the members there. This club was called Vertical. It was for people who liked climbing up tall buildings. She obviously wasn't interested in this at all. She'd only concealed her identity and came for a secret interview. The leader, Liam Horton, knew who she was, but Kate had bribed him to let her in. The other members were clueless. They thought she was a newbie with this hobby. There were 2 types of building climbing. One was with equipment and another was without. The latter was more dangerous. In most cases, it was illegal too. Most members of Vertical had been arrested. Of course, some also went to heaven. Kate, have you done any challenges before joining? I'm a pure newbie. I'm not brave enough to try tall buildings. I've only tried my apartment building, 10 floors. As a newbie, your performance is already impressive. I heard that you're the most professional building climbing team in LA. Is that true? Of course, Liam said confidently. Then, as the leader, you should be the best one too. We're the most professional group, but I'm not the best of LA. Why not? Chapter 247, Investigation. Chapter 247, Investigation. Not every building climber has a society. Some people prefer to climb alone, Rem Horton said. The best building climber should be the so-called Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Let me show you a video. Rem took out his phone and played a video. Is that CL building? Yes, it's filmed by one of our members. 20 days ago, we planned to challenge CL building, so we went to survey the place. To avoid unnecessary attention, we always went there at night, and then we discovered this. In the video, a black dot appeared. It seemed to be a person on the outer wall of the building. Do you have a clearer picture? No, it's filmed with a phone. Kate took the phone and watched the video carefully. He has climbing equipment, right? Yes, it's the very popular Spider-Man equipment in the profession. You can't climb CL building without equipment, because the wall has no protrusions. I can't see why the person is special. As an outsider, Kate clearly could not understand the significance of the video. We're the most professional team in this field. What? Explain how good this Spider-Man is, Rem said to one of his teammates. CL building has 130 floors in total, with a height of 421 meters. We planned to climb it in about 8 hours, but the person did it in less than 2 hours. Kate fast-forwarded the video to the end. She saw the Spider-Man do something on the second to last floor and then enter the building. Kate frowned, deep in thought. When was this filmed? About 7 p.m. On the 3rd of January. Can you send it to me? I want to study it further, Kate asked. Of course. Everyone in our team has a copy. Mr. Risvar, Ms. Laura's condition has stabilized. We suggest getting her discharged and finding her a place to rest. It was not the first time Risvar had heard the same line. In the last 2 years, Risvar had already received notice of terminal illness, as well as notice of stability, 4 times. Although Laura had managed to get better each time, her condition was worsening. Whenever Risvar received the bad news, he was totally unsure if his wife could make it. He was really scared that one day, he would not receive the second notice. The carefree kids were playing happily outside, but he was not in the mood to accompany them. Today, John Jr. had been sent here to play with Ronnie and Vera. He did not look like a kid who had been tortured by an illness for several years. Instead, he was healthy, lively, and filled with energy. Manus, have you finished gathering the information I need? Yes, here's all the information about Fort Johnson. After getting the information, Risvar started to read it carefully. Is there anyone she's particularly close to in the hospital? She's quite a popular person in the hospital. A few male doctors are chasing her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. There is no one she is particularly close to. Also, her medical skill is very outstanding, with a lot of praises from patients and their families. How about outside work? Family, boyfriend, or other friends? Her father is a former state representative, and her mother is the major shareholder and chairman of a chain supermarket in California. Her sister is a lifeguard at the Coastal Rescue Team and is in LA as well. That's all. There is also some irrelevant information. I thought you won't be interested in it. I said I want detailed information. The more detailed, the better. All right. Four had 3 boyfriends. Her sister currently has a boyfriend. A Chinese, illegal doctor. Ha! Chinese. Illegal doctor. Yes. He has quite a reputation in the profession. People say that he is really good and he has built good relationships with a lot of his patients, but it's really expensive to hire him. Risvar touched his chin. Investigate this person. 3 hours later, Risvar received the information. Nevertheless, he was somewhat surprised, because he had seen the person in the photo. It's him. Risvar thought. Ha! John Jr. had entered the room quietly. Koi, what's wrong? Risvar lifted his head and looked at John Jr. I think I've seen him before. John Jr. clearly looked confused. You've seen him? Yes, let me think. Where was it? John Jr. tried his best to recall. Oh, it was in a very, very bright room. There was also a little girl. I was on a bed, and the girl was lying on another bed. Risvar frowned. Really? I only remember that much. When was it? A few days ago. I fell asleep at home and Dad sent me to the hospital. I kept sleeping, and I suddenly opened my eyes and saw that uncle. Then the uncle said that I was dreaming, and I can't remember anything else. Risvar was even more puzzled. It seemed like John Jr. had really been dreaming. It sounded very unreal, but John's expression was very serious. Risvar wanted to trust him. Risvar called Manus again. Manus, help me to get something. I want the surveillance videos in Chantilly Hospital from January 25th to 27th. Risvar stared at the screen. He did not fast forward and watched the videos second by second. Ha! Risvar was excited to see Qin Zhao appear in the hospital. Dell was with him. The girl in Dell's arms should be Faith. Was Faith sick? At noon, Qin Zhao left the hospital and was almost run over by a car at the entrance. The person who alighted from the car was precisely John. He carried his son from the car. At night, Qin Zhao appeared in the hospital again. He entered the changing room and changed into a white coat, but then he disappeared from the videos. Nonetheless, the cameras still recorded Take Faith and John Jr. from their ward. Half an hour later, they returned to the ward again. At 1 in the morning, Qin Zhao and Dell appeared in the videos again and left the hospital in a car. That's right, it's him. Chapter 248, What the Heck is a Treasure Stone? Chapter 248, What the Heck is a Treasure Stone? John, can you come over? What's wrong? Did little John cause trouble? No, I have something to show you. A while later, John came over. Risvar took him to his room and played the surveillance video that he'd chosen. Risvar, what is this? This is probably the one who cured Koi, Risvar said. Look at the timing. The first time you two met, it was here. He came out of the hospital and you almost ran into him. John watched the video in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Then here, doctor. For called him, seemingly pleading with him. After ending he called, doctor. For very clearly relaxed. Risvar extracted surveillance footage from various locations and played them for John. John, I'd like to know what exchange you did with Doctor. For to have her beg this Chinese man to help. I didn't do anything other than promising to keep it a secret, John said uncomfortably. He thanked For and this Chinese man. On the other hand, he also hoped that his sister could recover. Did she take your money? No. Other than the regular hospital fees, I didn't pay her anything else. Is Doctor For close to Koi? Pretty much. When Doctor For first came to this hospital as an intern, her first responsibility was to help the main doctor treat Koi. I went to the hospital many times after that and always saw her play with Koi. They have a good relationship. I think that Doctor For treats him like her own brother. Hearing this, Risvar had to admit that little John was lucky to meet a savior. John, can you help me talk to Doctor For? Can she help me with Laura? Risvar, I want Laura to get better too, but the main person is the Chinese man and not Doctor For. I suggest you work on him instead. How? Collect information on him first. We don't know anything about him right now. Just freaking out is useless. Ada, my father wants me to tell you something, Abito said, suddenly running over to Qin Zhao. What? My father said that he needs large amounts of treasure stones. What are treasure stones? Pearls. Pearls. Are you sure he said pearls? Does he want to sell them in hell? Well, that's what he told me. Large amounts of pearl. Where could he find that? Qin Zhao was caught off guard by Abito's message. How much does your father want? 1,000 kilograms, Abito said. What does he want it for? I don't know, but it sounds urgent. How urgent? Really, really urgent. Does he have requirements about the quality? He didn't say. If he didn't say, then he probably doesn't have requirements. If that was the case, then he did have enough money. He couldn't even get Beelzebub Zophie 50 kilograms of high-quality pearls. He didn't have much experience with this, so he wasn't clear about the market price. There was a big difference in price between high and low-quality pearls. Some single pearls could be tens of thousands of dollars apiece. Others were sold according to weight. Considering this, he called Morgary. Morgary. What? Do you know anyone who sells pearls? No. Okay then. Oh, my hair grew out in some places, but other spots are still bald. It's too ugly. When do you have time to give me another treatment? After a few days. I'm busy now. So I have to suffer with this ugly hairstyle. You can shave it all off. No, I just grew it out. I won't shave it. I'm hanging up. I'm busy. If it's really urgent, I can have people ask around. You do that while I ask more people. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called Zola. Zola, how are you? Chen, you'll never call me if you don't need help. Did you plan on cutting off all connection after getting a girlfriend? No way. I've just been a bit busy these days. Tell me. What's up? Do you know any jewelry sellers? I want to buy pearls. A lot of it. What do you want pearls for? Okay, I don't want to know. I know a seller and I can ask. What quality and quantity? Don't care about the quality. 1,000 kilograms. I thought you were going to use it for medicine. I heard that you Chinese people have that custom, but it seems not to be the case. Around 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, is it Mr. Chen? Yes. May I ask who you are? I'm a jewelry seller. My name is Spike. I mainly sell pearls. Zola told me to call. Are you thinking of buying pearls? Yes. I want to know the price. Are you looking for artificially bred pearls or all natural? What are the general price ranges? Artificially bred pearls are around $38 per kilogram. All natural pearls are $280 per kilogram. Natural pearls were 7 or 8 times more expensive. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. They all said that artificial and natural pearls had quite a big difference. If he brought artificially bred pearls to hell, Zophie might not be able to use it. If he was going to do this, he should just do it all. I want natural pearls. How many would you like? 1,000 kilograms. That much? Spike was surprised. After half a beat of silence, he said, I need 2 days to prepare the supplies. Is that okay? Abitos, is 2 days ago. All right, Abitos replied. I'll tell my dad. Mr. Spike, since I'm buying so much, can you lower the price a bit? What is your ideal price? Spike asked tentatively. $240 per kilogram. Sure, Spike agreed immediately. Chen Zhao regretted it. It seemed that he'd still given too high of a price. However, he didn't really mind this number. After coming to an agreement with Spike, Chen Zhao started thinking about why Zophie wanted all these pearls. It seemed to be called treasure stones in hell too. This meant that hell had pearls, or pearls had appeared there before. Chapter 249, Market Fluctuation. Chapter 249, Market Fluctuation. 1,200,000. Going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Risvar for getting the Rawls Wine Cellar 1842 red wine. John glanced at Risvar. Only he would spend 1.2 million on a bottle of wine. Risvar had been running an ocean shipping company, GDB Ocean Shipping. Its market value was 20 billion. GDB Ocean Shipping had 18 supercargo ships, 4 of which were ranked among the top 10 cargo ships in the world. GDB Ocean Shipping was also the largest shipping company in Europe, accounting for 21% of the total ocean imports and exports in Europe. Now, GDB Ocean Shipping was planning to extend its influence to America. While John himself was also quite rich, he knew that his wealth was insignificant before Risvar. Risvar held 25% of the shares in GDB, that is, he had over 5 billion worth of assets. Of course, it was only the market valuation. He obviously did not have that much money in his bank. Nonetheless, if he wanted to sell his shares, there would definitely be countless people and firms waving their checks and begging to buy them. Just then, Risvar's phone rang. Hi, Manus. Mr. Risvar, I just discovered something. What? That Chinese is buying natural pearls. Ha! Do you know the reason? No. He needs quite a lot, 1 ton actually. Risvar turned his head and looked at John. John, do you have 1 ton of pearls? Yes, I have more than 10 cultured pearl farms in Thailand and the Philippines. I can even get you 100 tons. No, I mean natural pearls. Natural ones. Why do you need that much? Gift for someone. That Chinese. Yes. Sure. I'll help you to get them. Natural pearls had always been insufficient on the market. Their demand was way higher than their supply. Even though John was the biggest jeweler in the region, he did not have an entire ton of natural pearls. Nevertheless, with his influence, getting 1 ton was not a difficult task. Hi, Jenny, how much natural pearls do you have? I want all of them. Spike, I have no natural pearls. Do you want cultured ones? What? Didn't you just purchase 100 kilograms of natural pearls half a month ago? Yes, but someone bought all of them today. Okay. I'll ask another person. Spike asked another jeweler, rolling, I need some natural pearls. Sorry, I've sold all of them. What? To who? Mr. John. He's purchasing natural pearls. I've sold all my pearls to him. All right. Spike did not give up. He asked a few more jewelers but only received the same reply. Why is Mr. John buying natural pearls? Could there be some insider information that the price of natural pearls is going to increase? Spike would not have thought so if it was cultured pearls instead, since their supply had always been greater than demand. On the other hand, natural pearls had been in short supply. Therefore, if a pearl field encountered a storm or a big jewel brand had some plan, the price of natural pearls would increase. This was precisely Spike's guess. Otherwise, why would Mr. John and that Chinese buy natural pearls? There must have been a leak of insider information, although Spike had yet to receive the news. After some consideration, Spike made his decision. He would also purchase more natural pearls. In addition, he would contact all the jewelers in the eastern region too, instead of just Los Angeles. As for that Chinese, Spike did not want to sell him anything already. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but I think our deal cannot continue. Why? There has been a fluctuation in the natural pearl market. All the jewelers are hoarding natural pearls and I can't get any. How much do you have? I'll buy those first and think of another way for the rest, Chen Zhao said. How much money will you give? The original price you said, $280 per kilogram. That's not the current price anymore. Then how much is it? Chen Zhao was somewhat impatient. $350 per kilogram. Chen Zhao was very frustrated, but he still gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Fine. Wait. I said it wrongly. It's 400 per kg. Spike thought that since Chen Zhao had agreed so easily, his price must be too low. Chen Zhao surely had the secret information too. China was a major pearl market. Perhaps Chen Zhao knew something precisely because China was about to make a big move. It's robbery. Chen Zhao shouted, annoyed. No, it's the market. We had no contract and have not finished our deal, so we can still change the price. I can, and so can you. I don't want it anymore. Chen Zhao did not like being fooled by others. Then goodbye. Spike hung up. Chen Zhao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone on the ground, but he eventually did not, considering that he had just bought it recently. Boss, we've bought enough pearls. However, because of this, the price of natural pearls has changed greatly. Now it's already $340 per kilogram. We have also spent more money as a result. So high. Is there insider news? No, we've confirmed that it's because of your purchase. A lot of jewelers think that there's actually some insider information. John laughed. He usually would not trade natural pearls, but as the largest cultured pearl supplier in the region and the owner of the famous jewel brand Alita, he still had a big influence. When other jewelers realized he was buying large amounts of natural pearls, it was normal for them to think that he had some insider information. Nevertheless, when they discovered there was nothing after 2 days, the price would fall back. Then release fake news to remove some of the individual jewelers from the game. As the main player, John could easily control the market. His every action could cause people to become suspicious and the market to fluctuate. John took his phone and called Risfar. Mr. Risfar, I've enough pearls. Call him directly. Me? Shouldn't it be you? John was confused why Risfar would give him the opportunity to help Chen Zhao. Although John was really grateful for what Chen Zhao had done, he could return the favor later. Why did Risfar ask him to call Chen Zhao directly? Chapter 250, Red Wine. Chapter 250, Red Wine. Zola, that pearl seller you introduced to me is an asshole. What's wrong? Zola was confused. She didn't know what had happened. Chen Zhao told her about Spike raising the price for no reason, adding more emotion and details. Hearing this, Zola furrowed her brows. I see. I'll make sure to get an explanation. Zola and Spike were only work partners. However, Zola worked in high fashion. Her brand used some jewelry and accessories. In essence, Zola was Spike's source of income. If she stopped working with him, Spike would definitely have great losses. After tattling, Chen Zhao felt much better. Just then, he got a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Hello. I am John Longshaw. Hello, Mr. John Longshaw. Do I know you? I heard that you need pearls. Huh? How do you know? Chen Zhao was confused. I have a batch of natural pearls on me, John said. 1 ton. Do you need it? What price? $180. $180. That's it. Are you sure? I heard that the price in the pearl market is very high now, much higher than this. Chen Zhao was guarded. After all, with such a low price, the man might be trying to scam him with artificially bred pearls. This is the true market price. The rise in price these past 2 days is because of my purchases. John was actually able to give it to Chen Zhao for free. He bought all the pearls for $200,000. Selling it to Chen Zhao for $180 was already a big loss. But with his background, he could gift him 10 tons easily. Why are you doing this? We don't know each other. I know you and that's all that matters. If you need the pearls, I can send them to your home. Are you serious? Yes. How can I pay you? You can pay after you receive it, John said, chuckling. You can find a professional to check and send me the money after you're sure there are no problems. Okay. My address is 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town. Please wait at home. My package will be delivered within the hour. Chen Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know any pearl appraisers. Just then, Norman's called. Hey, asshole. You haven't come here in 3 days. Did you forget your job? I'm busy. I'll go over when I'm free. Plus, it's only like £10. You can do it by yourself in 2 days. There's no one to talk to when you're not here. I have no motivation. I'm seriously busy. Busy with what? Oh, right. Do you know any jewelry appraisers? What jewelry do you want appraised? Pearls. I bought some and need a professional to appraise it for me. I'm coming. Coming for what? I'll help you. Are you sure? Don't scam me. Do you want help or not? Yes, yes, yes. Please come. You came over before, so you should know where I live, right? Norman's hung up and hurried over. 30 minutes later, she was here with Wouter. Wouter was excited to be back here and ran around, playing with Black Ma and White Ma. Norman's came in with her kit. Where are your pearls? It's not here yet, Chen Zhao said. Wait a bit. Your house is so small. Look, White Ma and Black Ma can't even run around in here. You should just bring them to my place. It's bigger. You can tell them yourself. If they're willing to go with you, then they can go. Norman's looked at them. Black Ma, White Ma, come to my place. I have good food. They ignored her. What a joke. Other than her house being bigger, there was nothing good about it. There were demonic crystals here. Chen Zhao would give them some every now and then. Norman's knew that she would get this result, but she was still annoyed at getting ignored. How come the dogs and owner are all so annoying? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Zhao opened it. There was an unfamiliar man in work clothes. A few men in similar attire stood behind him. Hello, who are you looking for? Are you Mr. Chen? We are the delivery men from Arita Pearl Company. My task is to send a package of pearls to you. Chen Zhao nodded. He took out his license. The delivery man confirmed it and said, Excuse me, where should we put the pearls? Put it into the basement. The workers brought boxes of pearls into the basement. Each box had Arita's logo. They all contained 2 kilograms. Hey, asshole, how many pearls did you buy? I thought you bought some $10,000 high-quality pearl. I only need you to check if these are natural or not. Then why did I bring so many tools? You can tell just from the luster and color. I didn't tell you to bring the tools. You brought it over yourself. Norman's was furious, but she still helped Chen Zhao in the end. These are all natural pearls. The quality's pretty high too. Aren't you a doctor? Why do you need so many of these? Are you going to change your career? No, I have other uses. Chen Zhao shook his head. Okay, your task is complete. You can go home now. What, you're kicking me out? Of course. This is my home and my girlfriend's coming back soon. I don't want her to misunderstand. What if I don't leave? Black Ma, White Ma, please see her out. Norman stomped her feet in anger and left in a huff. Chen Zhao put all the pearls into the spatial ring and called John. Hello, Mr. Longshaw, I received the delivery. Please send me your bank account. A car parked outside at that moment. Del, Risvar, and their kids hopped off. Uncle Chen, we're here to visit you, Faith greeted Chen Zhao. She brought the 2 older girls into the house. Mr. Longshaw, I have guests. I'll send you the money later. After hanging up, Chen Zhao went to welcome Del and Risvar. Mr. Risfar, how come you're visiting? My daughters want to see White Ma and Black Ma, so I brought them here. Mr. Chen, you won't mind, right? Of course not. I'm glad they like White Ma and Black Ma. Mr. Chen, this is for you. Risfar offered Chen Zhao a fancy bottle of red wine. Thank you. Chen Zhao took it without hesitation. Please come in. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chen, your house is too small. Black Ma and White Ma can't even run around. You should seriously consider giving them to me. Do you know that the person who said the same thing 5 minutes ago was just chased out by me? Uncle, I think Dad's right. Look at poor Black Ma and White Ma, Faith said as she bullied the silly twins. Faith, can you give one to Vera and me? Ronnie suggested with a serious tone. Here you go. You can have White Ma first. Tomorrow we'll exchange, Faith similarly answered in a serious voice. Mr. Risfar. Call me Johnny, Risfar said. Is Johnny your surname? No, Risfar is my surname, but only my family calls me Johnny. To be honest, Risfar was really a sociable person. He pulled Chen Zhao closer to him with just one sentence. Is that really all right? Chen Zhao could not understand why Risfar was suddenly so friendly. It was only the second time they met. They were certainly not close friends. Actually, I'm just hoping that the next time Ronnie and Vera show up here, you won't reject them. I promise they'll always be welcomed. Uncle, how about me? Sitting on the floor, Faith raised her head and looked at Chen Zhao in envy. Of course you are, too. Faith, let me show you a magic. Ronnie pulled Faith away. Then, she put her hands together and performed the thumb removal magic. Actually, Ronnie's performance was very unskilled and childish. Nevertheless, Faith was still amused and cheered loudly. Uncle, Dad, Sister Ronnie's performance is awesome. Faith shouted in excitement. Sister Ronnie, how did you remove your finger? I can do it too. Dell was the most childish person among the three adults. In fact, he was childish in many areas. For example, his performance was even worse than a 3-year-old girl. I see it. Daddy didn't remove his finger. He used his right thumb, Faith exclaimed. That doesn't count. Daddy is so stupid. Distressed, Dell pulled Chen Zhao's arm. Chen, show them magic too. I don't know any magic. That was exactly what Dell wanted. He would only feel comfortable after seeing Chen Zhao being despised by Faith as well. Don't disappoint Faith. Just perform something. Fine. Chen Zhao opened his hand. There is nothing on my hand, right? Yup, there's nothing. Chen Zhao clenched his fist and then opened it again. There was a pearl. Wow, that's amazing. Faith, Ronnie and Vera all clapped loudly. Dell immediately walked up and searched Chen Zhao's body. Where did you hide the pearl? Stop touching me. Chen Zhao slapped away Dell's hands. You hid it in advance, right? Chen Zhao clenched his fist again. When he opened it, there was a handful of pearls. Dell's eyes almost dropped out. You really know magic. It's the only one I know. Chen Zhao clenched his fist again and the pearls disappeared. Risfar finally said, Chen, you're really talented. Despite his careful observation, he could not tell how the magic was performed. Uncle, I want to see it again. Black Ma, get me a bucket. Black Ma soon returned with a bucket in his mouth. Chen Zhao opened his left hand. There's nothing, right? Yes, nothing. The three kids stared attentively at Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Zhao clenched his fist. Then, pearls started to fall out through the gaps between his fingers one after another. Before long, there was already a layer of pearls in the bucket. Chen, where exactly did you hide the pearls? Did you plan to show us this magic in the first place? Del asked curiously. Rizvar was very curious too. Close-up magic was the most difficult type to perform. Chen Zhao also had no one to help him. However, Rizvar could not see the trick at all. Chen, teach me the magic. Nah, you're too dumb for it. Chen Zhao glanced at Del with the corner of his eye. Don't say that before the kids. You're degrading me. Chen Zhao only performed this for the kids. He did not want to expose anything. In the evening, Fei Lai came home. Del and Rizvar also left. Puff. It's a tiring day. What happened? It's the weekend. There were a lot of people and trouble. If it's too tiring, you can quit. No, Fei Lai rejected immediately. Qin Zhao would not force Fei Lai to be a housewife. By the way, I'm leaving for a day, Qin Zhao said. Huh? Where? That place. Oh. You mean the place you disappeared to? Yup. I really want to see that place too. Qin Zhao gave a bitter smile. He really could not bring Fei Lai. It was hell, after all. Apart from him, the only way for a person to go there was to commit suicide. Fei Lai, I can agree to anything but that. I know, Fei Lai said understandingly. When are you leaving? Tonight. I'll go there earlier and come back earlier. Okay. Qin Zhao put his arms around Fei Lai's shoulders and gently kissed her hair. Qin Zhao thought about what he should get for Fei Lai from hell. Just when he was about to act further, he suddenly realized that his body was fading away. Fuck, this again, Qin Zhao cursed. Fei Lai had yet to realize Qin Zhao's change. She suddenly lost balance and fell onto the sofa. Of course, she immediately discovered Qin Zhao's disappearance. Human, you're finally here. If you came any later, it'll be over. Beelzebub Sophie was standing right before Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao walked out of the magic array. Lord, this is the treasure stone you wanted, right? Qin Zhao took out a pearl. Beelzebub Sophie immediately nodded, yes, this is the one. Don't tell me you only brought one. A lot. Qin Zhao took out all of the pearls and placed them before Beelzebub Sophie. Are these called treasure stones in hell? Are they very precious? Anything that isn't available in hell is precious. Many years ago, a human brought some here. What's their use? I'm making some spring of youth. One of the ingredients is treasure stone. What spring of youth? In human language, it can make people young again. In our language, it can make us return to our strongest state, Beelzebub Sophie said. Qin Zhao's eyes glittered. How much will you be making? Don't worry. I'll give some to you. Beelzebub Sophie was really kind. I spent almost half of all my wealth to make 2 bottles of Spring of Youth. Come, follow me. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Beelzebub Sophie brought Qin Zhao to a ring-shaped building with a hollow center. There were red crystals embedded in the wall, making it uneven. When Qin Zhao looked up, he could see a huge red moon, shining with demonic red light. He'd never seen such a full red moon. When he came before, it had always been a new moon, waning or waxing gibbous moon. Beelzebub Sophie stood before a furnace in the center. It shone with green flames. Then he started tossing the pearls in. The flames in the furnace darkened from the original green. Chen Zhao had thought that Zhou would use the pearls as resources, but he ended up using it as fuel. The red moon of hell only appears for 3 days the entire year, while the spring of youth can only be created during the red moon. There was a duct above the furnace. Liquid started dripping down from it, landing in the stone bowl on the side. The liquid was as bright as blood, but it was a bit viscous. As Zhou added the pearls in, the flames grew stronger and stronger. The dark flames that spewed out of the furnace seemed like they would swallow Zhou, but he stood in the fire unharmed while chanting a spell. More and more liquid flowed out of the pipe. Soon, the stone bowl was filled. "Don't just stand there," Zhou yelled. "Take out your container to collect it." "Ha! Ha what? You don't have a container." Chen Zhao remembered the red wine that Risvar had given him earlier. It was in his spatial ring. He hurriedly took it out and poured the red wine out. Then he placed it under the duct to collect the liquid. He didn't dare to move, in fear that he would miss a drop of the precious liquid. When the liquid was almost at the opening, no more liquid fell from the duct. "It's over. It's over." Zhou nodded. "Do you directly drink the spring of youth and then old people can become young again? You humans can't drink it directly. You must dilute it with water. 1 drop can basically make you 1 year younger. If you just drink it, the effect might be too strong and make you a baby again. However, you must remember that each person only has 1 chance to go back. Even if you only drank 1 drop on the first time, you won't get any effect the next time. So this is like increasing your lifespan." "It's like that for humans," Zhou said. "But it's not like becoming a year younger will add a year to your life. The younger you make yourself, the less years you add on. But for us demons, it'll only make us go back to our optimal state. If you add a drop of the spring of youth to wine, it'll also become the sweetest wine." Chen Zhao put the cork back into the bottle and put it in his spatial ring. "Lord, what are those stones in the wall?" "Moon crystals. Do you want them? Are they precious? I put them all over the wall. What do you think? Then dig one out for me. It isn't useful for you, is it? I want to make a piece of jewelry for my girlfriend." "Oh, I see. I heard Abito say that you have a woman in the human world. Here, I'll have Jessica take the moon crystal to the best artisan in Obsidian City. He can make a demonic badge for you." Demonic badge. It won't have any side effects, right?" Chen Zhao's expression changed slightly. The Doom Star was still fresh on his mind. He didn't want to bring more trouble to Feilai. "Don't worry. Since it's made for your woman, it obviously won't have any negative effects." "Lord, I have another question. How should I control my right hand? You haven't summoned Jessica. She knows how to solve your problem." "I summoned her last time, but I was dizzy after that. I don't want to summon her again. Your spiritual power is too weak. How do I strengthen it?" "Use more spells. Don't you humans practice to exercise your body? That's a dumb method, but it's very effective. You can try summoning Jessica more often. This will strengthen your spiritual power faster." Zhou paused. Looking at Chen Zhao's right hand, he added, "My blood flows through your right arm. It doesn't have a consciousness and can only act with instinct. If you can learn Soul Collection, you'll be able to control it." "I don't know Soul Collection." Chen Zhao had never heard of this spell before. "I'll give you the rubbing of this spell." Just then, he was attacked by the smell of meat. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. "Smells delicious. Let's go. Oris killed a dragon just for you." Chen Zhao and Zhou walked out of the ring-shaped building. They saw Oris shortly after. Her mouth was open and she kept blowing out fire to cook the 8 or 9 meter long dragon. Chen Zhao was speechless at this roasting method, but it was really hell style. Human, you're here. Seeing Chen Zhao, Oris gave Chen Zhao a warm hug with her 3-meter tall height. Human, I made this just for you. If you eat its flesh, you can become stronger. It won't make me turn into some horned and scaled creature, right? Ha, I like your humor, Oris laughed. Oh, if I can't finish, can I take it to go? Of course, but you better remember that no one other than you and your demons can eat it. Why? People without demonic blood can't take dragon meat, especially one cooked with my breath. He had to admit that the dragon's meat tasted delicious. It might also be Oris' unique cooking techniques. Chen Zhao had a great appetite and ate a dozen kilograms. But looking at the dragon that weighed a few tons, he probably couldn't finish until next year. Thankfully, he could take it back and let the other demons get a taste. He stayed a full 24 hours. Chen Zhao received the spell rubbing of soul connection and the pendant made out of the moon crystal by an artisan that Jessica had found. It was a beautiful pendant with a red gem. There were at least 100 carats of heart-shaped moon crystals. It shone with a mesmerizing and strange red light. The chain was created out of some unknown silver-white metal. It felt like it didn't exist. You wouldn't feel it when wearing it. Its name was the Redmoon heart. Of course, it was also a demonic badge. Its function was that it would never be lost. Okay, this was honestly the most useless demonic badge. Chapter 253, Redmoon Heart. Chapter 253, Redmoon Heart. Ah! Fei Lai screamed. Chen Zhao's abrupt appearance almost made Fei Lai jump into the air. It's me, Chen Zhao quickly comforted. Are you trying to scare me to death? Fei Lai calmed down. Sorry, Chen Zhao was also speechless, but he immediately took out Redmoon Heart. It's for you. Wow, it's so beautiful. Fei Lai could not move her eyes away. No women could reject such a piece of artwork. Redmoon Heart was the most gorgeous and thrilling accessory Fei Lai had ever seen. Is this ruby? No, but it's definitely more valuable than ruby. It's the only piece like it in the world, Chen Zhao said. Is it very special? Yes, it's called Redmoon Heart. Once you wear it, it will belong to you forever. Nobody can steal it away. The power of magic. Yes. So I won't be able to take it off. No, you can take it off, but it will never be lost. Put it on me. Fei Lai could not wait to wear the gem. As Redmoon Heart hung before Fei Lai's chest, it seemed to glow even brighter. It feels so special. I can only feel the presence of the gem but not its weight. You look amazing. Fei Lai opened her mouth slightly and started to pant. She waited for Chen Zhao's next move. Chen Zhao felt that he had become stronger, perhaps because of the dragon meat he had eaten. He did not realize his change in hell, but now that he was back in the human world, he almost could not feel Fei Lai's weight. Chen Zhao lifted his arms gently and pulled Fei Lai toward himself. After a long battle, Chen Zhao was still not satisfied, but he stopped because of Fei Lai's begging. At night, Chen Zhao was sleeping with Fei Lai in his arms. Suddenly, Blackie's head floated out from the wall. Chen Zhao was shocked out of his wits. Even though it was not the first time, he was still not used to it. Blackie, what do you want? Chen Zhao acted quietly, afraid that he would wake Fei Lai up. I need your help tomorrow. What? Remember I told you I have been casting Hell Knell on a vegetative man? Yes, why? Help me to heal him. It was Blackie's first request. In the past, it had always been Chen Zhao who needed Blackie's help. Hence, Chen Zhao had no reason to reject Blackie, although the person was in a vegetative state. Chen Zhao had no prior experience at all. He did not know how to treat the person. All right. After consideration, Chen Zhao decided to agree for now. As for whether he could succeed, he had to see the patient first. While he was curious why Blackie wanted him to treat that person, he would not ask unless Blackie was willing to tell him. The next day, Chen Zhao drove to Chantilly Hospital. He did not repair the broken window, because according to U.S. laws, pet owners must not leave their pets alone in closed vehicles. Chen Zhao had the habit of leaving them in the car. If someone discovered that there were pets in the car, he or she might just smash the window. Therefore, Chen Zhao might as well leave the window broken. He believed that nobody would dare to steal his car. As Chen Zhao strolled in the hospital, he suddenly saw Four. Chen, what are you doing here? Why do I see you every time I come here despite the size of the hospital? A nurse told me that you've been acting suspiciously here again, so I came. Because Chen Zhao and Four had been seeing each other quite often, some people in the hospital also knew Chen Zhao. You still haven't told me why you're here. I'm looking for someone, Chen Zhao answered. Is it your friend? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. Then who is it? Another client. It's my patient, not client, Chen Zhao corrected. I don't get it. Is there a difference? Four looked at Chen Zhao, confused. The patient I'm looking for is male, around 40 years ago. He's vegetative and has been here for 5 years. He also has a daughter who visits him every 2 days or so. I'll help you to find him. Four glanced at Chen Zhao. Are you going to treat him? I want to see his condition first. If possible, I might heal him, but I'm not experienced in treating vegetative people either. There were at least 1,000 hospitalized patients in the hospital. Given that Four was not a neurologist, it was normal that she did not know the person Chen Zhao was talking about. Anyway, Four still helped Chen Zhao to find the patient. WAT leaders. 5 years ago, he fell into a coma after a severe car accident. He's still vegetative now. Is it him? Yup. Four brought Chen Zhao to the ward. It was a standard ward with 4 beds. However, only one of the beds was occupied at the moment. A woman was sitting beside the patient, massaging his muscles. When Four and Chen Zhao walked in, sumo leaders turned her head around, puzzled. Yes. Hi, he is the new neurology expert in the hospital. He has awakened many vegetative people in the past. It's his first day here, so he would love to take a look at all the vegetative patients in our hospital. Hi, I'm sumo leaders. This is my father. Can you please wake my father up? I can't promise you anything, but please can I check his condition first? Having lain in bed for more than 5 years, WAT's muscles had badly wasted. He was extremely weak and fragile. Do you have his medical reports in the past few years? Yes, but I don't have them with me now. Can I give them to you tomorrow? Sure, Chen Zhao nodded. After examining WAT's body briefly, Chen Zhao and Four left the ward. Chen, how did you choose your patients? You don't even know them, right? It's a request from a friend, just like the request from you last time, Chen Zhao said. Can you wake him up? I'm not sure, Chen Zhao admitted. Chen Zhao had never had a vegetative patient before. To be honest, he did not even know what he should do to the patient, let alone cure him of his state. Just then, his phone rang. Hi, Mr. Chen, I'm Spike. Can I talk to you please? There's nothing to talk about. Chen Zhao was about to hang up. Mr. Chen, please give me a minute. Please. Fine, a minute. I would like to sell you all my natural pearls at the original price. I don't need them anymore. $180. It's the lowest price in the market. I said, I don't need them anymore. I've already bought what I needed. Chapter 254, Artificial. Natural. Chapter 254, Artificial. Natural. Mr. Chin, you can't do this to me. Do you know what I put in to help you buy natural pearls? How can you do this to me? Spike was freaking out. He'd really lost too much this time. He'd thought that there would be good news in the natural pearl market, so he'd been buying them up crazily these days. But before good news came, he heard that Mr. John had already stopped buying natural pearls. By the time he processed this, it was already too late. He'd borrowed from the bank with high interest to buy the pearls. The market price for natural pearls recovered to the original price. This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that even though the price had recovered, the market order hadn't. The market wasn't that big since no one really needed natural pearls. With the recent rises and falls, no other sellers would touch natural pearls in the following period. The items were stuck in his hand now. If he waited a few months, he could definitely sell them. However, the bank's interest couldn't wait. Each day was pressing at his limit. Plus, the thing that he regretted the most was that Zola's fashion company, his original partner, had ended the contract. This affected his business greatly. The bank also started chasing after his debt because of this. Chen Zhao scoffed. You were the one who wouldn't sell to me, so I bought them from someone else. Now you're blaming me. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Please give me another chance. 1 minute's up. Goodbye. Chen Zhao hung up. He didn't want to waste time with Spike. The man had asked for this himself. It wasn't like Chen Zhao wanted to mess with him. If Spike hadn't done those things, he might not have gotten rich overnight, but he still would have made a profit. Chen Zhao didn't know how much Spike had lost. He didn't want to know either. It had nothing to do with him. He got into the car after leaving the hospital and drove to Ethan's. Sitting at the counter, Li Qing saw Chen Zhao and immediately went over. Mr. Chen, this is the peace knot that I made for you. It's just a little gift. Please take it. Ha! Chen, Li gave me one too, Ethan said from the counter. Does it actually work? It's the thought that counts. Chen Zhao accepted the peace knot. Thank you. Chinese people usually hung a peace knot in their cars. It was a custom and habit. Chen Zhao looked at the knot. It was very detailed, unlike the machine-made ones usually sold in China. Li Qing must have made it herself. Chen Zhao discovered that he couldn't figure out how it was made. Auntie Li, your weaving method is so detailed. I think you can make some to sell at the motel. You'll definitely have a market. Li Qing shook her head. I can't just make a few. I've only made these 2 in 2 months. Is it that hard? It's handed down the generations. Kids aren't even willing to learn. Now that it's in my hands, the tradition might get lost. There was an undertone of sadness in her voice. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was for the craftsmanship or the loss of her child. Coastal Rescue Team. Feilai, your necklace is so pretty. A female lifeguard looked at Chen Zhao's pendant. She couldn't look away. The other women crowded around too. Is that a real ruby? No way. How much would such a big ruby cost? It's probably man-made. But it's so pretty. The touch and luster don't look man-made. What did women wear pretty jewelry for? In addition to adding to her beauty, it was also for showing off. Feilai wasn't an exception. She was satisfied to get praise from the other girls. It's so pretty. Feilai, can I look? The girl took the Redmoon heart and started touching and studying it. The cut is so precise. When she placed it under the sunlight, the entire Redmoon heart shone with a dazzling color. The color took one's breath away. All the girls cried out in surprise. This caught the men's attention. Robio walked over. Let me see. He took the Redmoon heart. This isn't artificial fiber or stone. It's an all-natural gem. Robio pointed it at the sun and then gazed at it with his hands over the stone. Feilai, he said. You shouldn't wear something so expensive to work. Ha! But Chen said it's not a ruby. If it's artificial, it won't have the inner refraction. Artificial stones have a phosphorescence effect and the light goes straight through. This stone is at least $30 million. You better put it somewhere and not take it out so easily. The women all stared at Feilai incredulously. They couldn't help but be jealous. They all knew Qin Zhao but didn't think that he would be so generous. Not only did he gift Feilai a sports car but he also gave her such an expensive necklace. If they'd known that this Chinese man was so rich, they would have snatched him up first. It's this expensive. It's just an estimate. If you want a more accurate appraisal, you can find a professional agency. Robio clapped. Okay, break's over. Back to work. None of the women could look away from the Redmoon heart. It was honestly too tempting. It was especially attractive to girls. Wearing it, Feilai was even more beautiful. After hearing what Robio had said, she didn't dare wear the necklace either and quietly put it away. The women didn't look away until they saw Feilai take it off. Even though she didn't dare wear it anymore, she was still satisfied with the eyes of the others. Everyone had a shallow side, including Feilai. People always compared themselves to each other subconsciously, from looks to figure. Feilai didn't put it back on until after work. The other girls could only look and sigh. On her way back home, she also bought a bottle of red wine. Chen, when are you coming back? Soon. Is there a problem? I can't call you if there's no problem. Oh, I'll come back as soon as possible. When Chen Zhao came back, he realized that Feilai had prepared a candle at dinner. While they were getting intimate, Dell's call came, ruining the moment. Chen, do you know what the wine that Risvar gave you was? No. Why? It's an 1842 red wine from Rahl's wine cellar. And? That bottle had just been sold for $2 million at the spring red wine auction. The one who bought it was Risvar. Chen Zhao choked. Chapter 255, Six-Pack. Chapter 255, Six-Pack. Chen, what's wrong? Feilai looked at Chen Zhao, confused. Chen Zhao's expression had just changed wildly, as if something big had happened. I feel like I've just lost $2 million, Chen Zhao said with a long face. Dell continued to hurt Chen Zhao on the other side of the phone. Chen, you can't just enjoy that wine yourself. Do you want me to go over or do you want to come here? Maybe tomorrow. Feilai and I are having candle dinner now. What? Have you already opened the wine? Don't finish it. Leave some for me. Don't worry, we didn't open that bottle. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Zhao complained. I only found it out just now. It was too late anyway. Chen Zhao had already poured the $2 million red wine away himself. Nevertheless, he still took out the original bottle and poured the Spring of Youth into another bottle. Chen Zhao left a bit of the spring in the bottle and poured the leftover red wine from the dinner in. According to Beelzebub Sophie, adding the Spring of Youth to wine could increase its quality. Chen Zhao hoped that Del would not notice any difference. The next day. At noon, Chen Zhao went to Del's house with the wine. Chen, have you already drunk so much? Realizing that there was only half a bottle left, Del's face was filled with pain. You should be glad that there is still some left. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. My wine contains the spring of youth. Don't think it's worse than the wine from Rawls' wine cellar. Mr. Risfar gave it to me. Let's call him here and drink together. Are we really calling another person here when there's only half a bottle? I won't be drinking. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes again. A person could only benefit from the spring of youth once. He did not want to use it this early. Chen Zhao planned to use it only when he and Fei Lai were much older. The wine was a gift from Risfar, after all. It was reasonable for Chen Zhao to invite him over to return the favor. Black Ma, go and invite Mr. Risfar here. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not understand why Risfar would give him such an expensive bottle of wine. They had only met each other twice. Soon, Risfar came. Black Ma was also carrying Ronnie and Vera on his back. Chen, did you ask Black Ma to invite me here? Yes, what did he tell you? He said woof woof. Can you translate it? When Risfar saw the red wine on the table, he smiled. Johnny, why did you such a good bottle of wine to Chin instead of me? He doesn't even know about wines. I would rather pour it away than give you. Why? Did I offend you? Who knows which bitch you'll share the wine with? In just a week, I've seen at least 10 women enter your manor. Chen Zhao poured Risfar and Del a glass of wine each. Risfar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, are you not drinking? Fei Lai and I already drank half yesterday. To be honest, it's a waste for either of us to drink it. Fine. Wish you and Fei Lai happiness. Risfar lifted the wine glass. He had already smelled the spreading aroma. The wine was even better than he thought. The extremely intense smell really matched the price of the classic collection from Rawls' wine cellar. Risfar took a sip. The sweet taste of the wine filled his mouth immediately. It was an alluring feeling. Risfar could not help heaving a long sigh. Great wine. Chen, are you really not drinking? Risfar had another sip. He suddenly realized something. He had drunk the wine from Rawls' cellar before, but it did not feel as good. Rawls' wine cellar only produced a few bottles of wine each year, which were all sold in auctions. The red wine from Rawls' cellar tasted sweet and gentle. However, because it was made in redwood barrels, it would have the smell of redwood. This is not from Rawls' cellar. Nevertheless, the wine was even sweeter and more intense than the original. The aroma filled and stayed in Risfar's mouth for a long time. Risfar lifted the wine glass and looked at the wine under sunlight. The wine was very bright and had no impurities at all. Under the refraction of sunlight, it looked as shiny as ruby. What a great wine! Risfar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, it's not the original wine, right? Chen Zhao was surprised that Risfar could tell the difference. Can you tell me which cellar it's from? I've never had such wine before. It's excellent. Nice. Del suddenly grabbed the bottle and drank from it direct. Chen Zhao quickly snatched the bottle from him. Damn, you can't drink like this. Why? It's just a bottle of wine. You need to taste it slowly. Nobody drinks like this. Also, how are we supposed to drink after you put your mouth around it? Luckily, it was in Del's house and they were all friends. If it was in public instead, Del would probably be dead by now. While the wine was quite intense, it was clearly not as strong as hard liquor. As Del and Risfar drank the wine, they eventually fell asleep on the sofa. Perhaps they were drunk. On the other hand, Chen Zhao played with the kids in the courtyard. There was still about 1/3 of the wine left. Del and Risvar slept for about 2 hours. It was more like a nap. Risvar woke up. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if the world had been renewed. He was clear-headed and rejuvenated. Risvar glanced at Del, who was still sleeping. Risvar was somewhat confused. He remembered very clearly that they had been drinking here. How did they fall asleep? He had quite a high alcohol tolerance. Even half a bottle of vodka would not make him drunk, not to mention red wine. Risvar walked to the courtyard and saw Chen Zhao playing with the kids. Chen, sorry, I don't even know why I fell asleep. Maybe you were too tired, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Risvar would usually not drink in the day. If he did, he would certainly not work, because it would affect his thinking and judgment. However, today he drank in the day and felt that he had an endless amount of energy. He felt as if he was back to being 20 years old again. All his cells were filled with vigor. It felt rather strange. It was like a person who had been carrying weights for many years. He suddenly removed all the weights and felt as light as a bird. At the dinner table, Ronnie stared at Risvar for a while, puzzled. Dad, you became more handsome. No, Dad became younger, Vera corrected. Risvar only laughed it off, dismissing his daughter's lovely comments. However, when he was washing up at night, he saw himself in the mirror. Did my crow's feet just disappear? Risvar was confused. The wrinkles on his forehead were also gone and his hair had become brighter. He used to have some white hair due to his busy schedule and worry for his family. Now, his white hair was nowhere to be seen too. Risvar touched his belly. Six-pack. Since he was 30, his six-pack had been reduced to beer belly. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. The next day, Risvar realized that he seemed to have really gotten younger. It was more obvious than yesterday. The muscles he'd gotten during school were back on him. This feeling was very strange. Risvar kept posing in the mirror. His heart jumped. Could it have been that bottle of wine? Had Chen Zhao invited him to drink the wine to make himself get younger? Risvar was 40 years old. He estimated that he looked to be around 30 years old now. To be honest, the change wasn't that big. He just looked a bit younger. If it really was the wine, then Del had drunk more than him, so he wondered what the man looked like now. Risvar put on his clothes and ran to Del's manor. He saw a muscular young man with a bare upper body. He was sunbathing next to the pool with just his boxers. Del? Who are you? Johnny. Del looked up. He didn't recognize Risvar immediately. Del, your body. I don't know. I don't know either. You look a decade younger. Del had been 28 years old, but because of his lifestyle, he'd gotten weaker. He'd looked like he was in his 30s. Now, he looked totally young. And what was with that perfect body? Risvar felt that Del's change was even more dramatic than his. Risvar's body had also changed, but it wasn't that big. Is it Chen's wine? Risvar asked. Didn't you give Chen that bottle? It's the original bottle, but the wine can't be it. Or maybe he added something to the wine. Del fell silent. Risvar looked at him and asked, Del, do you know something? No. I don't know anything. To be honest, I'm jealous of your figure. Del was quite satisfied to get his body back too. In the morning, Chen Zhao kissed Feilai goodbye. Then he took the dragon meat out and fed it to Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, Carrie, Abitos, and the silly twins. He also ate some dragon meat. It really tasted delicious. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao opened it to see a stranger standing there. "Mr. Chen, please help me." The stranger started begging him as soon as he started talking. "Who are you?" "Spike." Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. "I can't help you. Mr. Chen, please. I beg you." Chen Zhao hated Spike to the max. This businessman had no trustworthiness at all. After he lost his money, he came to Chen Zhao to make him solve the problem. Nothing this good happened. "I wanted 1 ton of natural pearls. You wouldn't sell it to me, so I found it from someone else. I don't need it anymore. There's no use finding me. I have no choice now. I owe so much money to the bank and loan sharks. If you don't help me, I'll go bankrupt. This has nothing to do with me." Chen Zhao pushed Spike out. Just as he was about to close the door, Spike raised his gun. He stared at Chen Zhao menacingly. "If you don't let me live, I won't make it easy for you either, you chink. Mr. Spike, do you know what you're doing? My life is ruined already, so I'll make you die with me." Chen Zhao raised his leg and kicked Spike without mercy. To him, Spike was just a weakling. Even an amateur like Chen Zhao knew that he had to lift the safety to fire with that gun. This meant that Spike just wanted to scare Chen Zhao into agreeing. Maybe he thought that he could force Chen Zhao to buy his stuff with this childish threat. However, after getting kicked, Spike clutched his stomach in pain while lifting the safety. Chen Zhao just stared coldly at Spike without continuing to attack. After all, he still had a mortal body. He didn't want to block the bullet with his flesh. Spike carefully retreated and escaped into his car. Chen Zhao immediately called the cops. A while later, Leonardo and a policewoman arrived. "Chen, I heard that you met an armed robber." "Yes." Chen Zhao described what had happened. "Chen, I swear to you that I'll find the asshole that pointed a gun at you. I'll teach him a lesson." "Leonardo, is this your partner?" "She's Rose, my new partner." "Hello, Miss Rose." "Hello, Mr. Chen. Leonardo mentions you often. I take it you two are close." "Without a doubt. We won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." "Bye." Chen Zhao waved. It seemed that Leonardo's spring was here too. Rose looked at Leonardo in a different way. Ever since David and Kate were captured by the Mexican gang, their feelings started heating up. They were living together now. They should find a time to meet up and have Leonardo bring Rose. It would help further their relationship. This way, Leonardo wouldn't act like he'd never seen women before and ask for numbers from any pretty girl. By then, Beelzebub and the others had finished breakfast. Chen Zhao cleaned up and took out the leftover red wine. He wanted to bring it to Ethan. Ethan had high blood pressure these days. The diseases that came with age were already obvious on him. If he had the will, Chen Zhao could help make a weight loss plan for him. However, Ethan was the type that just ate, slept, and ate. He couldn't start moving at all. Dieting would work even less. After reaching a certain age, dieting would hurt the body too much. Just then, Felwood Cisco called. "Mr. Chen, we have the general shape of the basement done. Do you want to come over and check? You can tell us where you're unsatisfied with and we'll revise it. It'll be more troublesome if we fix things after building the upper level." "Okay, I'll go over now." Chen Zhao brought his pets and drove toward Mirror Lake's construction site. Spike hadn't gone far. His car was parked in the near distance. Seeing Chen Zhao leave, Spike turned around and snuck into Chen Zhao's home. His past hadn't been pretty. These sneaky things were just everyday actions back then. He'd only started doing legal business after making some money, but this didn't mean that he'd really become a good person. Spike looked around but didn't find anything valuable. His eyes fell onto the bottle of wine on the living room table. This bottle. It was 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar. There was also a ruby pendant next to it. Spike was tempted. A few days ago, this bottle had been auctioned off at $1.2 million. He didn't know if the pendant was real or not though. His heart jumping, he took both the bottle and pendant. Then he ran into the kitchen and turned on the gas. Chapter 257, Your House Was Blasted into the Sky. Chapter 257, Your House Was Blasted into the Sky. Chen Zhao and Felwood chatted with each other. Actually, Chen Zhao really trusted Felwood's supervision. Whenever there was a problem, Felwood would immediately inform Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao made an unreasonable request, he would also explain to Chen Zhao patiently. There were 2 floors in the basement. Basement 2 was for Blackie. There was also a waterway leading to the lake. No decoration was needed. Basement 1 required much more spending. A piece of tempered glass that was 6 meters long and 2 meters wide already cost $120,000. Nonetheless, it changed the basement completely. One could see the mirror lake directly through the glass. It was also the part that pleased Chen Zhao and Fei Lai the most. Felwood, you said you know a water engineering team, right? Help me to contact them. Felwood seemed to be in a difficult position. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I made an empty promise. I discussed the project with their boss and he's very unhappy with the price. I don't think they will work for us anymore. I see. Forget it, I'll think of a way myself. I'm really sorry. It's fine. Just then, a luxurious car stopped outside the construction site. Del and Risvar alighted from the car. When Chen Zhao saw them, he was clearly stunned. You. Del. Johnny. Stop acting. We know it's because of you. What? I don't get it. Chen Zhao realized that the 2 were really too young. Did I put too much spring of youth? Chen Zhao originally estimated that they would become at most 5 years younger, which would not be too obvious. However, they ended up becoming about 10 years younger. Del's change was even bigger. He had been a decadent man. Now, he suddenly became muscular and handsome. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Del patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Chen, is this your new home? Yup, Chen Zhao nodded. It's big. You must have spent quite a lot. As a Chinese, I have a special feeling for land. It's a great place, Risvar commented. Indeed, there was an excellent view of the mountains and the lake. Both Del and Risvar felt that the place was exceptional. Suddenly, a police car approached them. Leonardo and Rose walked out from the car. Chen, something happened to your house. What? What happened? Your house was blasted into the sky. What? Chen Zhao was flabbergasted. What the fuck does blasted into the sky mean? When Chen Zhao saw the remains of his house, he was still in a trance. The firefighters had already arrived. They were merely extinguishing the fire. The fire was soon controlled, but there was nothing left in the house anyway. Everything was gone, except for the basement. Buddy, can you tell me the cause of the fire? Gas explosion, the firefighter said. Gas leak. No, the gas in your house wasn't turned off. But I didn't even use the stove in the morning. I can't answer that, the firefighter said, speechless. Chen, seems like you won't have a place to live for now. You can stay at my place, Dell invited. My place works too. Risvar felt that it was a very good opportunity. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was clearly not in the mood for this. There was nothing valuable at home. After all, he had kept all the important things in the spatial ring. Still, Chen Zhao's mood was like an ignited gunpowder barrel. The gloom on his face was hard to ignore. Chen Zhao looked at Bant's house not far away. Bant's car was parked at the roadside. Bant, are you at home? Chen Zhao called Bant. No, what's up? I see your car is parked at the roadside. Does your car have a driving recorder? Yes, do you need it? My house was burnt down by someone, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao was certain that someone had done it. It was definitely not an accident. Huh? I'll be right back. Soon, Bant came. He gave Chen Zhao the SD card of the recorder and even his laptop for Chen Zhao to play the record. Chen Zhao set the time to 9 in the morning. Soon after he left, another car parked before his house. Spike! Chen Zhao was enraged. Spike entered Chen Zhao's house. More than 10 minutes later, he came out with a bottle of wine. The eyes of Dell and Risvar glittered, but they did not display their feelings. 1 minute after Spike left, the house exploded. Chen, is he your enemy? Now he is. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Then, Leonardo and Rose brought the SD card away. Risvar and Dell looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, what's your plan? Wait for the police to catch the culprit. What else can I do? If you need it, I can help you, Risvar said. I can too. Dell always had the habit of speaking before thinking. Since he stole that bottle of wine, we can offer a high price in the black market to purchase it. He should be more than happy to sell it to us. Chen Zhao looked at them. Do you want that bottle of wine? It's yours. We'll return it to you, of course. If you happen to receive it, give it to your old relatives. You won't need it. What do you mean? A person can only benefit from that wine once. Can the wine cure diseases? Risvar asked. Johnny, is any of your relatives or friends ill? Chen Zhao finally got it. Risvar must have found out about him somehow. Therefore, Risvar came close to him, hoping that he would treat someone for Risvar. It's my wife. Chen Zhao thought about it. Give me her medical history. Are you going to treat my wife? You need to promise me that after your wife recovers, nobody else will ever find out about it. Yes, I promise. Risvar said in excitement. Give me the reports as soon as possible, Chen Zhao said. Of course, Risvar nodded firmly. Also, give me 24 hours. I'll find that person for you. Tell me if you want him dead or alive. I'm a law-abiding resident. I'll wait for the police to give me an answer. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Once Chen Zhao was alone, he immediately called Morguri. Morguri, help me to find someone. Chapter 258, Find a House. Chapter 258, Find a House. Chen Zhao made a compromise with the agent. Chen Zhao would pay for a portion while the insurance would pay for the rest. $10,000 wasn't much for him, but he still couldn't vent out his anger. Ha, Chen, I heard your house got set on fire. Wanna come stay in my motel for a bit? Fuck off. I'd rather die than live there again. Only Ethan would talk to Chen Zhao in such an annoying way. There was no other person. He had to go out and find a house now. Since he had to rent one, he could at least get a bigger one. At the moment, he was at the real estate agency, communicating with the customer service. Just then, he got a call from Zola. Chen, I heard that your house was set on fire. Even you know. Chen Zhao was surprised. You need to find a place to stay, right? I found one already, Chen Zhao answered. Actually, Chen Zhao wanted to put space between him and Zola. It wasn't that she was a bad person, but that it was about morals. He couldn't be dating Fei Lai while getting with other women. Chen Zhao didn't think he was the type that could have multiple women. When he was single, he could let loose and accept anyone who was interested. Since he decided to have a stable relationship, he had to maintain it seriously. Chen, do you know that your real estate agent's company is under Manny's name and I'm in charge temporarily? Chen Zhao froze. Don't tell me that I'm in your security footage right now. No, but your information is in the database in front of me right now. Alright. Chen Zhao knew he couldn't reject her. How about that mountain villa you and Daniel lived in before? How much is rent? Up to you. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, I lost half a bottle of wine during the fire. The pyro stole it. If found, it'll be beneficial to you or your father. Thank you. But you're not the only one who knows this. I'm quite healthy, Zola said. I don't really need health benefits. Trust me, you won't be able to reject the effects. What are the effects? I'll just say this much. Oh right, when can my girlfriend and I move in? I already had someone go clean it up, Zola said. You can move in tonight. Are you sure you won't tell me the exact benefits of the wine? I'll tell you if you can get it. If not, then you'll be upset if I tell you. It's best if I don't say anything. Fine. I'll try my best to find it. Chen Zhao drove to Angel Beach. As soon as he parked, White Ma and Black Ma rushed out. These two opened the door themselves. As soon as they got off, a bunch of fangirls and fanboys swarmed over. They were honestly popular at Angel Beach. Chen Zhao didn't understand. Just then, a female lifeguard saw him. Hi, Chen. Hi, Pharaoh. To be honest, Chen Zhao wasn't familiar with her. Are you here for Fei Lai? Yes. Your car is so big. This is the kind of car for men. Ha. I wonder what it feels like to sit in such a big car. Chen Zhao was spaced out. He was thinking about how to tell Fei Lai that her clothes and shoes had all exploded. Chen, can I try out your car? Ha. He finally realized that this girl wanted to have sex in his car. Sorry, I'm busy. How about next time? Sure. I'll take you to Fei Lai. Pharaoh acted like nothing had happened. After reaching the office, Pharaoh said from the doorway, Fei Lai, Chen's here for you. Fei Lai turned around. Chen, how come you're here? Fei Lai, we haven't gone shopping together, right? You're inviting me to go shopping. I guess. I'm working now though. I'll tell Robio. We have a lot of tourists today. I don't think he'll agree. You wait here. Chen Zhao walked into Robio's office. He already saw through the glass that Chen Zhao had come. Chen, how come you're free to come here today? Someone set my house on fire, including Fei Lai's clothes and everyday items. I hope you can give her half a day's leave. Leave Walter, Black Ma, and White Ma and I'll let Fei Lai go. Sure. I'll come to get them at night. Okay, no problem. Chen, did you make a bunch of money today? Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao holding all the bags that he'd bought for her. She was suspicious. Why would Chen Zhao voluntarily go shopping with her? He never did that before. Whenever he wanted to buy something, he would have a store in mind, go in and then go out. It was that simple. Chen Zhao's smile was a bit forced. I lost so much today, alright. Buy whatever you want. I think I bought enough today. What about lingerie? And pajamas? I already have a bunch. There's no need to buy more, especially pajamas. I've already worn it for many years. I'm not used to wearing other ones, you know that. Okay, you don't have to wear pajamas. Chen, what's wrong? What do you mean? Did something happen? No, I just feel that I should think more about you. In the past, I always rejected you when you wanted me to go shopping with you. I'll shop with you more often now. Are you sure nothing happened? Please, what can happen? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. There's a Chinese custom that a new house needs new clothes. There's a custom like that. But there are still 2 months until our new home is completed, right? It's always good to be prepared. We'll definitely need to invite our friends over for a party. I hope the owner will be beautiful. But this is already a lot. You're holding at least $20,000 worth of clothes. It's not a lot at all. Oh, you haven't bought perfume yet. Perfume? I don't use perfume. You know that we have a lot of pets. It's damaging to their sense of smell. Oh, shoes. The brands will all have new designs for spring, right? Fei Lai couldn't win against Qin Zhao and was dragged into another name brand specialty store. Chapter 259, Our New Home is Definitely Better Than Here. Chapter 259, Our New Home is Definitely Better Than Here. Fei Lai had the most insane shopping trip in her life. Although her family was quite wealthy, she was not a crazy shopaholic. It had a lot to do with her personality. While Fei Lai liked to wear famous brands and read fashion magazines just like most women, she was a rational shopper. However, today she was forced to spend more than $50,000 on clothes and shoes. Of course, even so, Fei Lai was still rather rational. Most items she bought cost between $1,000 to $2,000. The only exception was a pair of shoes which cost more than $4,000. Chen Zhao had to put the items in his car before they could continue to shop. Fei Lai felt as if Chen Zhao was going to buy the entire street for her. Even though shopping was indeed pleasurable, as a rational person, Fei Lai was worried whether the items were too expensive and whether Chen Zhao could really afford them. All right. I think we've bought enough. Fei Lai wanted to stop the shopping trip. Chen Zhao muttered into Fei Lai's ears, actually, I want to see you in VS undies. Fei Lai immediately flushed. Asshole. After a while, they returned to the Coastal Rescue Team HQ. When the female lifeguards saw the various shopping bags Chen Zhao was carrying, they could not move their eyes away. They were the brands every woman dreamed of getting. The things Chen Zhao was carrying probably cost more than their monthly salary. To be honest, Chen Zhao really did not want to carry the items himself. His SUV trunk was already full, so he had to put the rest in Fei Lai's car. Anyway, the scene was a huge blow to the women in the HQ. They were confident that their appearance and body were comparable to Fei Lai's. Why could they just not meet a man who was rich and willing to spend for them? The branded clothes Chen Zhao was carrying cost at least $20,000. Fei Lai, don't drive too fast today. Follow me. I'll bring you to a place. Where? You'll know when we arrive. Is he going to propose to me? Fei Lai thought. What should I do then? I'm not ready. Nevertheless, Fei Lai did not know how to reject Chen Zhao. She really liked him. If Chen Zhao was rejected, would they break up? Fei Lai drove her car and followed Chen Zhao. She soon realized that they had entered Beverly Hills. Chen, where exactly are we going? Fei Lai kept imagining the various possibilities. Chen Zhao's car made many turns and climbed the hill. Eventually, he stopped in front of a villa. Faylai was even more puzzled. Is it his friend's house? Is he going to introduce me to his friend? Why didn't he tell me earlier then? He has no reason to keep it a secret, right? Faylai alighted from her car and looked at Chen Zhao, confused. Chen, is this your friend's house? It's our temporary house. Chen Zhao gave a dry laugh. Why? Faylai's face was filled with doubt. Chen, isn't our house in Mountain Town good enough? Why are we moving here? Also, our new home will be ready soon. Actually, our house had a fire and everything is gone. Faylai finally understood why Chen Zhao had forced her to shop and buy so many things. All her belongings had been burnt. Everything's gone. Everything's gone, Chen Zhao confirmed. Were you at home that time? Faylai suddenly looked at Chen Zhao, worried. Were you injured? No. It's great that you were not hurt. Faylai hugged Chen Zhao. Cough, cough. Chen Zhao turned his head and realized it was Paul. Paul, why are you here? Mr. Rasfa asked me to deliver some things to you. I thought you probably haven't prepared the daily necessities, so I brought some here, Paul said. Thank you, Paul. Paul was sensitive enough to leave after delivering the items. Faylai admired the view of villa. To be honest, the villa was in an excellent location. Situated halfway up the hill, they could see half of Beverly Hills and an entire coastline in the distance. The villa faced the magnificent sea and rested against the lush mountains. It also had a swimming pool and various modern facilities. Chen, is our new home better than this place? Definitely. It'll be a lot better. The villa was actually quite small. It also did not have a lot of space on the outside. In fact, their original rented house was more spacious outside. Black Ma, White Ma and the rest could only play on the rooftop. The house Robio had designed for them was 3 to 4 times bigger than this villa. They each had their own geographical advantages. Beverly Hills was one of the busiest places. Mirror Lake was certainly much quieter. If the rivers connected to Mirror Lake could be widened, small and medium ships would be able to pass by their house. Chen Zhao felt that this would make their new home much more lively. Furthermore, Amon would also be able to enter the lake. It would truly be a reunion, unlike now. Chen Zhao's entire family was kind of living in rented properties. At night, Spike was hiding in an abandoned factory with a bottle of red wine in his hand. He already knew that he was being hunted by the police. Attempted murder, arson, burglary. Spike knew that he was done for, unlike his crimes in the past. In the past, he would at most be kept in the police station for 3 days. Nothing would happen after that. Now, he would be jailed for at least several years. All he wanted at the moment was to earn some money and then leave the States. He would hide in a third world country. At least he would not be chased by both the police and the loan sharks. Just then, he noticed some light outside the factory. Spike immediately lowered his body nervously and looked at the outside carefully. There was a car. A few men in black jackets alighted from the car. One of them was holding a case. Suddenly, Spike's phone vibrated. He turned off the vibration at once to avoid being exposed. We are already here. Where are you? Spike remained silent. He had to confirm whether those men were the correct people. To be honest, he really did not understand why someone would spend $1 million on a bottle of red wine. No, it was more like 1/3 of a bottle. Despite so, someone was still willing to pay $1 million for it. Spike felt it was really absurd. After a while, Spike finally said, "I'm in the factory. Only one of you can come in." The person holding the case walked in and looked at Spike, who was hiding in the darkness. Where's the thing? I need to see the money first, Spike said carefully. It was $1 million trade, after all. He did not know if the person had been lying to him. The person unlocked the case and threw it before Spike. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Spike opened the case. It was filled with green cash. They were all new and emanated a sweet scent. He took a wad out and checked. Then he took out another wad. It really was $1 million. Where's the stuff I want? Spike tossed the bottle at him. The man hurriedly reached out, almost missing it. He also checked the bottle to make sure it was the right one. Mr. Spike, I'm only the middleman. You don't have to be so guarded against me. Our transaction is done, so I can reveal something. A bunch of people in L.A. are looking for you. You better be careful. I don't want to hear that you're dead. Spike chose to trade with this man because he had the best reputation in this neighborhood. He rarely ever bit back. Spike took the money and left. Just then, the man in black took out his phone. Hello, Mr. Manis. It's Figure Lewis. I got the item. Bring it to Beverly Hills. My boss is there. I'll send you the money. Okay, got it. Figure Lewis bought the bottle from Spike, but he also didn't understand why Manis' boss would want an open bottle of wine. If it was a full 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar, he could understand. But the leftover 1/3 of a bottle. Was it really worth $1,500,000? He personally guarded the bottle. 2 cars were parked outside of Risvar's home. He clutched the bottle tightly. Thankfully, the other party didn't want to get into a conflict. The guy who walked out was familiar. Mr. Paul, can I help you? Figure, Mr. Rasfa said that he wants the thing in your hands. I'm sorry, it has an owner already. Mr. Rasfa can give you a higher price. Figure's eyes shone. Just then, Risvar and some others came out of the manor. You must be Figure, right? Where's my item? Figure didn't dare bargain with this man. He immediately handed the bottle into Risvar's hands. Risvar took the wooden stop out and sniffed. Yes, this was the smell. Paul looked at him. Hello, Mr. Risvar. I am Mr. Rasfa's butler. My name is Paul. Hello. Risvar nodded slightly. How may I help you? Mr. Rasfa also wishes to have this bottle of wine. Mr. Risvar, are you willing to sell it? I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of sharing things that I like. Risvar shook his head with a smile. Mr. Risvar, won't you listen to the price? Paul felt that the man would be tempted by his price. Risvar was rich, but there was no reason he would reject a source of free income. Risvar chuckled. Oh, then what is the price, Mr. Rasfa is willing to give? $2 million. What do you think? Ha! Do you think I'm a beggar? 3 million. Okay, Paul. I need to rest. Please go back. 5 million, Paul tried again. Goodbye. Risvar went back to his manor without even looking back. Helpless, Paul picked up his phone. Mr. Rasfa, the wine is already in Risvar's hands. I offered 5 million, but he was still unmoved. 5 million and he still wasn't willing. Rasfa frowned. Just what was the use of the wine? After all, the 3 most expensive bottles of wine in the entire world had been auctioned for $3. 2 million, $2. 88 million, and $2. 1 million. He'd offered $5 million for the remaining one-third of the bottle, but Risvar was still unmoved. Even if the bottle was filled with diamonds, 5 million should be more than enough. Rasve couldn't handle the temptation. In the end, he called Chen Zhao. Chen, tell me the truth. Does the bottle contain wine or not? Did you get it? Chen Zhao asked. No. Have Paul come over. I'll give you a bottle. Drink it with Zola. Tell me, what exactly is it? That bottle can make someone 10 years younger, but everyone only has one chance. One bottle can be shared between 3 or 4 people. Rasve felt like he was going to get a heart attack. Chen, you're kidding, right? If you don't want it, then whatever. I'm going to sleep in half an hour. Wait. I'll go myself. Less than 10 minutes later, Rasve was at Chen Zhao's door. Chen Zhao shoved a bottle at Rasve. Don't ask anything. Each person only has one chance. Anything after that it is ineffective. You can share this bottle with 3 to 4 people. If there are more people, the effect will be reduced. You and Zola can drink half and save the rest, but I'm not sure what the preservation period is. And I'm going to sleep. Chen, I love you. Rasve gave Chen Zhao a bear hug. Shut up. I know you can't wait now. Remember to call Zola. Zola, where are you right now? I'm at the company. Why? Put down your work and come here. Dad, what's wrong? Something very important. Zola thought that something had happened, so she hurried back to Rasve's manor. However, she found that nothing had happened to him. He was drinking wine in the yard. Dad, what's going on? What's wrong? Sit down and drink with me. Zola sat into a chair and Rasve poured a glass for her. She took a sip. Oh. Which winery is this from? It's so sweet. After finishing the glass, she picked up the bottle. Parfait Winery. Their red wine isn't this taste. She poured another glass for herself. Dad, you called me back just to drink red wine. Do you think it's worth it? Okay, I forgive you because of the taste. They clinked glasses and Zola finished the glass in one shot. Dad, let's go buy some more from Parfait. Rasve had a taste. He had to admit that this was the most delicious wine he'd ever drunk. At that moment, Zola fell drunk and collapsed onto the table. Bring Zola to her room.